Start. Okay, thank you everyone. So thanks for joining and very good morning everybody. Yes, okay. So yeah. So guys, very first today is the first day for this workshop. You are already aware about the full process, like how workshop is all about, right? So very first day one, it is simply we'll be discussing about the entire the ISTQB exam pattern. We'll be discussing about different modules which you need to learn in this ISTQB syllabus, right? There are total 6 modules available. So what are those 6 modules are? How exactly we'll be learning those modules? These points I will be covering. Along with that, each and every module will be discussing separately. Related questions, related solutions I will be providing to you. In case you have any kind of query in your mind related to any topic, anything, right? We can discuss on that too. Session is recorded. So I will be sharing this recorded session also after the completion of our workshop. So why it is so, like many people they face the challenge with the network, right? So that's the reason I'm recording the session. Second point, guys, many people they are coming from the different background, even from different, we can say, state. So they don't understand properly Hindi or even Marathi, right? I can easily understand Marathi, Hindi, English, all three languages, not more than this. And definitely, if you have any query in your own language, you can ask me the questions. There is no issue. So some people, if they are comfortable in only Hindi, you can ask me queries in the Hindi also. There is no issue. Okay. Again, guys, so the session plan will be the same. We'll be understanding first what exactly the module it is. I mean, how many different chapters are there in ISTQB, foundation level certification, how many levels are there in ISTQB, how exactly you'll be learning all these 3 levels, right? What is the criteria behind that? These things, first of all, will be covering. Okay, so again, guys, suppose there might be possibility if there is a network issue from my side, let me know in the chat box, right? That whatever the issues you'll be noticing or if anything you notice, right? Next point, what I want to discuss, yes, about this exam. Like as I mentioned that you'll be having 2 days workshop. After that, on 7th of April, we'll be planning for the final exam, right? So 1 week is very sure it is enough for your preparation. Whatever the exam questions, whatever the topics I will be covering in this entire workshop, you need to prepare for the same, right? The questions, solutions, everything I will be providing to you. Just prepare those questions for your final exam and you will definitely crack your exam. Okay. Again, the schedule, it's like online and offline both is available. So as per your convenient timing, we can schedule the exam for you. Second point, tomorrow in the workshop, when we start the workshop, I'm planning to ask a vendor to join this meeting. So vendor will explain you, vendor will very well guide you about your online exam, because many people they are simply giving the exam from outside, right? Even from the different country. So what are the rules you need to follow from your country? Even is there any camera we need to start, or what exactly the certain rules behind this certification exam? You will be getting that guidance from directly vendor. So be ready with your questions tomorrow. Okay, when we start the session, you'll be having communication with the vendor also. And if you have any difficulties to, like anything you want to clear with the vendor, you can just clear it. Okay, but I request everybody schedule exam on 7th of April on, right? So after that, I will be not planning some more workshops and all. So this is only one workshop I'm planning because already I'm occupied in some other works too in the weekend and in the weekdays also. So that's the reason it is a great chance. I can see 23 candidates are there in the meeting. Many people, they are not able to attend today's workshop. So I'm recording too. So I will be sharing all the material data, whatever you need to prepare in this 1 week span. Okay, that is, I will be providing to you. See, prerequisite is very simple. Like who can provide this ISTQB foundation level certification? So guys, anyone who knows about software testing, okay, anyone who knows about manual testing, they can easily go for this exam. So there are different levels available, right? So let's understand first what is ISTQB, and even whenever you go for any certification like this foundation level, is it valid or not? Because many people have this type of questions also. Like currently in the market version 3, which is going to retire till 9th May, you can provide the exam. After 9th May, you'll be getting a next version. So what will be that? See, it's like a board, guys. Whenever we simply goes to any school, college, right? We have a board, right? And we have some board facilities too. Even after some year of, after some year, definitely the board will update their syllabus. Same thing is happened to the ISTQB also. After some year span, they will update their syllabus. And because of that reason, you'll be getting a latest version in the market after 9th May. Those exams will be applicable. If anyone wants to wait and anyone wants to give that exam, you need to again prepare the new content, whatever it is there in that particular syllabus. But again, ISTQB certification, foundation level certification remains stable. It remained common, right? So it's not like that if syllabus got changed, this certification will not be the valid or the new one will be the valid, or because of that it will impact on your job and all. Guys, there is no such a rule. Okay. Once you certified, you will be ISTQB certified tester only. So it doesn't matter when you have completed this certification. In 2010 you have completed, in 20 you have completed, or maybe today you are completing the certification. It doesn't matter. So there is a value. Why it is called international certification? Because there is a value, right? So I will request, just learn, right? Understand the topic. Whatever I'm providing to you, just prepare only those things that is enough for your preparation. Because prerequisite is very simple. The concepts of software testing you should know. That's it. No coding, nothing, no negative marking. Okay, no any kind of question related to automation testing. You will be not getting anything, right? It's all about only and only manual testing concept. So we will discuss on that. Okay, how exactly the only manual testing part is covered in this foundation level certification. And suppose you want to go some other certification where you will get that detail, right? So let's begin today with the ISTQB certification, this workshop. So ISTQB stand for International Software Testing Qualification Board. There are different boards under ISTQB. Whatever certification you'll be providing, that's through the GASQ board. And again, it is the same ISTQB certification only. So I will be giving you my detail also. I will be showing you the certification, how it looks, right? And even you will get a concern from the ISTQB also. Everybody aware the ISTQB official website is istqb.org, right? So you can check the content, detail everything from that particular site. So first of all, what exactly ISTQB it is? It's an international level board for software testing, right? And it is a non-profit association. It is founded in 2002. So its main headquarter available in Belgium. It has its own rule, own guideline, guys. And we all are, even almost every country, they're following their guidelines, right? So it is a completely international level certification. Again, guys, in ISTQB, yes, what exactly the benefit of this certification? What is their main vision? Let's understand. So to continuous improve and advance the software testing profession, definitely by defining the maintaining body of knowledge, which allow tester to be certified based on their practice, whatever you will experience in this entire testing field, based on the, okay, be on mute. Yeah, thank you. So based on that, you can simple go for this certification. Okay, so definitely whatever you will learn in the theory, in the manual testing practice, right? Whenever you get the job and whenever maybe many people are working here, right? So whatever you are working, all those practice concept you need to apply while learning or while going for any certification. So same vision, it is available for ISTQB2. So definitely the tester can simple get certified based on their practice, connecting international software testing community and even encouraging research. So you can become a part of the ISTQB, that entire board also. So if you want to deliver a training for ISTQB once you certified, that is also possible. So you can use ISTQB logo on your profile, and that has again a lot of benefits. So let's talk about what exactly the benefits you'll be having being a professional, okay, as a ISTQB tester. So definitely, guys, ISTQB certified tester, okay, that means you have that kind of skills, your basics, foundation level basics, or it can be expert level, or it can be advanced level certification. But whatever certification you are simply belongs to, that simply defines that you are clear with the topic, you are clear with the concepts, and you are actually, implemented that knowledge in your entire work. So basically, it's an international, which is again international recognition of acquired competencies and the skills, right? It will help you to use a logo, their official logo you can use on your resume too. Again, whole career path support, and even you'll be able to learn foundation level. And again, once you clear with the foundation, you can go with your experience, some advanced and expert level certification too. So that is the main benefit. Okay, being professional, you'll be getting. And definitely those are still working or they are just searching a job. Once you complete your course, right, maybe you are completing your course somewhere, right? So once you complete that course, this certification will definitely beneficial for you, because many of the organizations, they are simply putting the requirements in the same way, like we need ISTQB certified tester having so and so skill. So even though you are a fresher, still they are expecting that you should have a certification, guys. So value is again important. This certification is lifetime applicable. Okay, so there is no such a thing that after some time period it will be, you need to go for new certification for new syllabus and all. No, there is nothing such things available. Now let me tell you like what are the syllabus and the concepts available in ISTQB. So basically there are three different levels. The first level, that is today you'll be starting, that's the foundation level. In foundation level, your basics should be very very clear, right? So whatever the basic things are there, I will be giving you training for that, where and what you need to focus, how to solve any question, what is the solution for that, everything I will be discussing, right? So again, ISTQB complete certification, this entire schema, they have simply divided into three parts: the core part, agile part, and specialized part. So core is all about your foundation level, okay, where you can again go for some other certification too. But nowadays, agile is also become very, very popular, right? Because of that, somebody somewhere you want to go for agile certification too, you can go for it. But again, the base is what? Your foundation level. Somewhere tomorrow you are thinking that, okay, fine, I want to go for ISTQB and even some kind of test specialist certification, let's say for performance testing. Somewhere you want to learn for automation testing, any master certification like in Selenium and all, you can go for that also. But again, the base for those certification is foundation level certification only. I'll show you, okay, on what basis I'm discussing these points. So if you directly go to your official website, okay, just a minute, we'll show you. So here you can search for istqb.org. So this is your official website. Okay, when you go to this, here you can notice, if I just show you about us, and if you just scroll down, okay, I'll show you about us and why ISTQB and all, right? You can go for this and you can just check that entire detail about them. And here you can notice they have divided their course or entire, the certification in the three different, we can say sections: agile, core, and specialist. And here you can see this is the latest update. So in Agile, you can go for this kind of certification. In Agile also, we have a foundation advanced level. In testing also, you have advanced level, because foundation level is this testing, today's certification, whatever you'll be learning. That's your foundation level, correct? When you achieve this, on the basis of that, you can go for some specialized, you can go for some other core, and even you can go for some advanced level Agile based certification. The choice is up to you, right? But this is your official website where you can get all the details, even whatever syllabus will be learning, right? On 7th April, the entire your curriculum and all. You can see they have upgraded their syllabus to latest version, that is version 4. And here you can notice that this is version 3, which is retiring, right? Retiring, but still it is available. It just only the content difference. Okay, some topics may be advanced, some DevOps part, mostly they have included in the latest version more and more. So version control and all, these types of information is available in version 4, which is not there in version 3. Version 3, it's all about your, the basics, how we can test the application, and what are the role responsibility of the manager, tester, how many different documents you prepare. Based on that, this entire syllabus is based. Okay, So if I can show you, let's say if I go to this, read more, here you can notice they have already mentioned that the exam based on this version 3, it is available until 9th May. So you have a chance till this, you can go for the certification. But I would suggest whatever the date we have planned, go for it. We'll be supporting for your, exam also. We'll be guiding you what type of questions will be there and similar type of pattern, because pattern always remains same. Okay, the exam pattern always remains same. So that kind of information you'll be getting. So yes, this is available, or this is this type of, or based on version 3, you can simple provide till 9th May. And even you can get the syllabus from here also. The dumps you'll be getting from here also. You can see they have mentioned sample question A and its answer also. They have given the clarification that why this answer is the correct answer, right? So everything is available on the official portal. Even I have completed my ISTQB certification, and I have, whenever I have concern it, right? So here you can see that successful candidate registration. So I have already done my registration on ISTQB site. So whenever you enter, let's say just for your confirmation, see if I enter my name and if I enter my certificate number, right? And if I just search, then here you can see my details. Okay, one candidate matching, and you can see my name, certificate number, and the board through which I have completed my certification, current, the country, and even the date of the certification when I have got this particular certification, that is 6/7/2022, 20. Yes. So this is how the information you will get. So definitely it is, again, you can see my details are already there on ISTQB org website. So that is true. The certification is valid and it is valid till lifetime. So this is only just for a proof concept. I would like to discuss this point that I have covered my certification through the board whose name is GASQ. Same board you'll be giving. Okay, so 7th April, whenever you apply for the certification, the same board exam will be there. So let's start now. This is all about the official website. If you need anything, the detailed information they have already defined on their website. You can go for it and check for more detail. But today's our main concern is what ISTQB it is, right? And how many different models are there to learn. Again, guys, as I just now discussed, 3 levels: foundation, advanced, expert. We'll be covering foundation first. So here the same picture, you can see the core, agile and specialized, different certifications are there. So ISTQB is the main certification. It is a base certification. At least you should go for that one. Later on, based on your experience, you can go for some advanced and expert level certification too. Okay. So guys, in ISTQB, like exactly who can simple go for advanced level certification? So they have mentioned that any test manager, test analyst, or technical test analyst having some year of experience, definitely you can go for the advanced level certification. The questions will be based on the same, some kind of scenario based question. Whatever testing work you usually do in your projects, based on that you'll be getting the questions, right? So that's the reason advanced level. And we have a expert level too, right? Almost 16 or 20 years of experience they are expecting, then only you can go for the expert level certification in ISTQB. So it's, again, choice is up to you. When you reach to that level, definitely you can apply for the advanced and expert level certification. But today, just to begin, it is important to start with foundation level certification. Those have already completed that. That's, again, many candidates, my many students have already completed that. But today I will be providing this workshop for entire session where you will understand different modules and what you need to prepare and how to prepare. So guys, first point, foundation level certification, total number of questions will be there. Those are 40, right? So 40 points you'll be having, right? One question, each question for 1 mark. So 40 questions will be there. Out of 40, 65% will be the passing criteria. Means what? 26 questions must be passed, 26 and above. Definitely, if your questions are passed, then definitely you are able to, you can crack this entire exam. Total timeout you'll be getting, that's a 60 minute. So for setup part and all, here and there, 10 minutes, that's enough. okay, just to set up the exam and everything. And once you start, you'll be getting 1 hour completely to complete all those 40 questions. Questions are, there is no negative marking, everything is multiple choice question. So you'll be getting options. You need to just understand the question, whatever it is asked. Think properly, go for every option, and you need to select the correct answer. This is how the pattern goes on. So for other questions or for other module, it is not a good time to discuss because we are just learning foundation level. So for foundation level, this is the rule you need to understand. So foundation level, definitely whatever the fundamental concepts of software testings are there, right? It is based on the same. So you might think, okay, fine, we have already covered it in manual testing, but it's a repetition of the same process. It's all about a theoretical concept. They will not ask you to write a test case or scenario or any kind of coding. So it is based on your skill only, the foundation or the base of your entire testing. Okay, that's based on that you'll be having this certification. So the first point is foundation level. It is all about fundamental concept of testing. Here in this foundation level qualification, it also appropriate for anyone who needs basic understanding about software testing, project manager works, quality manager, business analyst, and any IT director and manager consultant. Even guys, it include people role like test designer, test analyst, and test engineer too. So you will understand roles, responsibility of a tester, manager, and exactly what type of documents you will be preparing. So these things you'll be get to know. Okay. So now this is the main topic, entire syllabus which we'll be covering in the workshop. If you notice, if it is visible, just focus. There are 6 different chapters available in ISTQB foundation level certification. First is all about fundamental of testing, where you need to understand what software testing it is, why we test the software application, how many different principles are there, so which we have already covered in manual testing, right? Even what is a testing life cycle, and then what is the psychology of testing. Usually, developer tester both are important, right? But both parties or both entities having a different mindset, how they test the application, why the developer having difficulty to test their own work. This is what the psychology of testing will be learned with respect to tester point of view and even with respect to developer point of view. So fundamental of software testing, it's all about the basics which you have already learned in manual testing. Those have completed the manual testing part. And even the second chapter belongs to the development cycle. So testing is an integral part of the development. So it is more important to focus on development cycle too. But the in this syllabus, they don't focus more and more on agile. Only the basics of agile they have covered. So in development cycle, you should be very clear about only waterfall. Second is V methodology. And the third one is agile, right? So these 3 methodologies you should be very clear. So what exactly incremental and iterative approach it is, that you need to understand very, very clear. In the same module, we'll be discussing about different levels of testing. If you remember, testing is divided into 4 different levels: unit, integration, system, and even user acceptance. So we'll be learning all those 4 levels, their key point to remember. Different types of testing. Usually there are 2 types in software testing: verification and validation. But again, as per the ISTQB, there are 4 categories they have mentioned in their type. So, there are different ways to test the application. Somewhere what we do, we test the functional, we test the non-functional, aspect of the software. Somewhere it is important to go for change-based testing type, means retesting regression. So they have categorized the type as per their, the specific category. Like what we have in experience based, what we have in change based testing type, what we have in functional, and what we have in non-functional. So these types will be discussing in the second module. Along with that, they have included one more extra point here. What about what is maintenance? When we go for maintenance, obviously, whenever you release a software application to the customer, right? Then we go for the maintenance part. So what exactly maintenance testing it is? Okay, somewhere in maintenance, if you notice any kind of defect or failure, which is simply provided by the customer, what will be the impact on that? So we'll be understanding the trigger points for the maintenance. Okay, why we need to go for maintenance level. Okay, so these points will be there in second module. Third module, it's all about static testing, which is very simple. You need to just understand what static testing it is. What is the difference between static and dynamic testing, right? Even different techniques, those are nothing but the review techniques that will be learning again in a static testing. Okay, so there are 4 review techniques we'll be covering: informal, walkthrough, inspection, and technical review. And you will understand the review process too. Okay, so this is what we'll be learning in this module. Next module, it is all about very interesting testing techniques, where you will learn black box and white box testing techniques. And you know what? In ISTQB, more weightage is available on this chapter. Means if you focus as per the weightage, you will easily crack the exam, guys. So there is I think 11 questions will be there for this particular module. And after that, first module, it is having a second weightage. And then we have a chapter number 5, test management. It is also having again a great weightage. But this is having the, we can say largest weightage in entire syllabus, guys. Yes, sure, Govind, no issues. So basically, testing techniques will be learning different black box and white box testing technique. Even what are the different experience-based testing techniques are there, we'll be learning those. In test management, it's all about manager responsibility, right? And the tester responsibility. How we simply organize our work, right? Documentation, the process, how the monitoring control, what is test plan, how the simple focus on test planning process, right? These points generally discussed in this module. So you can see configuration management, test monitoring, planning, even risk, what exactly risk it is. There is a definite question will be available on the risk, guys. What is risk and how we can measure a risk in ISTQB? You will get definite question on this topic. So few concepts are still stable or it remain common. And generally, like in static testing, you will be getting questions like roles and responsibilities. Like what is the responsibility of a author, even scribe. So these points will be there. So do not worry. I will be guiding you where you will get a question and what type of questions will be there. Again, after that, defect management also will be learning in the same module. And final chapter having hardly one or two weightage. Hardly one question or two questions you'll be getting on last module. Tool support. Anyways, it's not all about automation part, but how many different types of tools are available in software testing. It is just a guidance about that. So as per the weightage, I will suggest go for the exam preparation. Again, they have mentioned some, the levels, K levels, learning levels, basically. Or these K levels based, you can apply just to improve your knowledge. So mainly we need to understand only 3 for foundation level, but total levels they have 6 level. What are these 3? See, whenever you start learning any module, that can be manual, that can be automation, anything, you need to understand few things are very common, right? Like example, just a very general example, what is test suite? So test suite is nothing but collection of test cases, right? These things we need to remember only. There is no other choice. Definitions. What is verification? What is validation? What software testing it is? What does defect means? What does failure means? There are certain definition that you need to remember only. There is no choice other, right? So something that you need to remember, some terms, concept, that's called K1 level. K2, it's nothing but based on your understanding. You can just learn those concepts. That is called K2 level. Somewhere, let's say, what exactly incremental approach it is. How come Scrum works in Agile? That's what you need to understand the process first. Okay, this is how we work in real time. So that level we can consider as a K2 level. What does K3 means? Okay, whatever you will learn, you need to implement that, correct? So example, that trainer have covered the topic, okay, how to prepare your test cases, how to prepare any scenario. You need to implement that thing, right? You need to prepare that in the same way. Let's say somebody explain you what exactly performance testing it is, how you test the application with respect to load testing and all. Same thing while writing the test cases, you need to implement it. Similarly, black box testing technique. Whatever you are learning based on your understanding, you need to implement that same. Somebody asks you, okay, there is account field. An account field, we have a very simple requirement that account can only accept, let's say, some limit range, some amount within that particular limit. Then you need to apply over there certain, techniques which is there available in black box testing. So these things are what you need to understand, you need to implement the same. So K3 is what? All about apply. Okay. So just for now, three levels you need to remember: K1, K2, K3. Remember everything. Whatever you understood, just implement that. And that is what your K3 level apply. Okay. Rest of the levels are also there, but as per the expertise, they have mentioned that you need to somewhere you need to do analyzing, right? Evaluation. Somewhere you need to apply some, complete that work. So that is create. Create is the last level. But in foundation level, they have mentioned only three level. For your preparation, you need to remember some points, understand some points, and some points you need to definitely implement. Okay, so there's three levels you need to remember. I'll suggest as per the weightage, start preparing for ISTQB. So there are 40 questions available, one scoring. Okay, definitely 1 point for every scoring. To pass, 65% is a passing criteria. That means 26 and more questions should be, correctly written or correctly solved. Then definitely you'll be clear the exam. Duration will be 60 minutes. Those are giving the exam in their native language. Those people are having 75 minutes. But yes, for English language, you'll be having 60 minutes to complete your exam. Now the main part, how you will understand what is weightage. Okay, how much weightage we have for every module. So kindly understand here, if you just observe, the different types of questions will be there. Actually, the question paper includes all three level, and they have defined the weightage as per the level 2. Total time, or we can say questioning time, and the total number of questions. So timing will be, it depends on you only, but the number of question I will define. K1, it's all about 8. K2, where you need to understand, and based on your understanding you need to solve that problem. Definitely 24 questions will be there, and 8 questions will be there on K3. And this is how they have simply, divided their entire question paper. Total 40 questions will be there, right? So 40 questions divided in the same level wise, knowledge based level wise. And now what is the main point? How many weightage or what type of questions will be there? So you will refer this PPT. Okay. For foundation level first module, fundamental of software testing, total 8 questions will be there. If you observe, the highest weightage is available for testing techniques. Okay. Black box, white box testing technique. We have a highest weightage for that. 9 questions will be there for tester management by understanding management and tester roles, responsibilities. And third weightage goes to basics of software testing. And then you can see 2 questions for tool, 5 questions definitely will be there for static testing, and which are very simple, guys. You just need to understand the process, what is walkthrough, and who initiate the review process. Only key point. And based on key point, you will be getting those questions. Then if you notice, the next one, development cycle, where we will be getting 5 questions. And this pattern remains same. Okay, it will never change. So this is how you'll be getting the weightage for every chapter in ISTQB. Now let's start with fundamental of software testing. Before this, just a minute. Let me show you any sample paper, like how it will be in ISTQB. You can see. So first of all, you'll be getting all the information about this ISTQB and all when you start your exam. And this is how you will be getting that questions. Okay. Total how many questions and how many points. And here you can see the questions. See, this is how the paper will be. Okay. So generally, when you go for the exam, offline, online, whatever it is, you will be definitely the exam will set by the board. So it's kind of online only. The offline means you are directly reaching to that, or organization or center, and through the center you are just, they will set up everything on your machine, right? And you need to just go and insert your exam seat number, whatever it is, and you can start your exam. This is how the process goes on, and this kind of questions will be there. Question and some options, and you need to just over there select whatever option it is correct. Okay, while giving the exam. Hmm. Can we get exact marks after passing or just grade? Okay, you'll be getting both way, Nirmala. You'll be getting how much score you will be having in that particular, what we can say, module, like chapter 1, chapter 2, how much you have simple gain. So that I can show you from my account because I'm having that, my score available with me. So when you get a scroll, you can take a picture of that. Even you will get that document in your email also, official email, whatever you will provide. Second part, once you complete your exam, after it will take some, I think, 7 or 8 days, and later on you will be getting your certification. Okay. Again, the certification directly get issued by the board. So you will be getting the score, how much you scroll in score in first module, second module. That is what you will be able to observe. Your entire passing criteria. Correct. Okay. Fine. So guys, this is how the paper will be, and I will be sharing it also. We'll be solving this first. So you can see the pattern. This is how they ask you the questions, some kind of questions based on the statement coverage, decision coverage, black box testing, right? All the questions included like this. And based on that, you need to answer. So in 1 hour, you need to complete this exam. That's a basic rule. Okay, so now it is good time to start with our main session, foundation level certification, chapter number 1, fundamentals of software testing. Okay, before start, do you have anything to ask me? As I mentioned, many people join late. One more time, I'm repeating. Tomorrow, when we start the session, you will be having a vendor session also. I mean, vendor will simple, I will ask a vendor to join this meeting. And if you have any questions related to your exam, online, offline rules, regulations, whatever it is, the vendor will communicate with you. Okay. So tomorrow, be ready with your questions. Whatever questions you have, you can ask directly to the vendor because exam will be managed by the vendor, right? So yes, before continue, do you have any question to be asked? Okay. Should we also rely on the study material or one that you are teaching is enough to crack the exam? Okay, so may I know your name? Because it's written HPNV something. Dolly. Yes, hi Dolly. So Dolly, definitely I will be sharing this material too. Okay, the PPTs are short contents. Okay, so you don't need to read a complete 60-80 page document. If time permits, definitely you can read that. But I will suggest this is enough. Whatever I'm sharing to you, this one, and even I will be sharing some dumps with you. Just prepare those things for your exam. That is enough. Because you see, whatever we did in our university time, right? Like previous year question papers, whenever we solve, based on that only similar type questions, sometimes some questions get repeat too. So similar process is available here also. Okay, so you just need to understand and go for exam, right? Okay, great. Yeah, any other query anybody wants to ask? Okay, fine. So breaks and all we will discuss. Okay, whenever you feel tired or maybe little bit bored, just let me know in the chat box. Based on that, I will be scheduling the breaks and everything. But let's begin, right? So what is fundamentals of software testing? Again, I will be not reading the content and PPT, but key points definitely will be discussing. So you guys are already aware, right? What software testing it is. See, every day we are surrounded with different software application that can be desktop, mobile, web, any type of application. So as long as whenever there is a application get developed as per the requirement of your customer, we need to test it, right? Without testing, we can't release any software application in this live market. So absolutely testing is important. Okay, the as per the importance point, every customer, every end user expect a quality application. Here, while development testing, majorly our focus is on what? Quality, guys. What quality means? Meeting the customer expectation in terms of requirement, budget, duration, and the service offered to that customer. That is called quality. So I will suggest quality means everybody having a common goal, right? Those are working in development cycle. If it is a developer, tester, designer, who is the particular member it is, whoever it is, they have a common goal. Whatever they are doing, it should be quality. So at the end, you as a tester, you are responsible to assure the quality. Is it really your software product is a quality one? If it is so, then only you can release the application to the customer. Otherwise, you need to identify defects. You need to get them fixed by developer team. And then finally, once you it is make sure that okay, whenever software is a quality, we can release it, right? So software testing, it is a process where we can test the software application to get the defect. Many definitions you can follow. Testing is a process where we can check correctness, completeness, security of developed software. Yes, absolutely. We test the quality of developed software. Software testing is a questioning to the product. The more question you ask, your the quality get automatically increased, that software quality, and even you will be able to understand in more depth way that particular software application. So testing, it is a process. Tester is responsible to test the application to get the defect. Whenever you find out defect get fixed by the developer team. Your role is identification. Main objective, very first we will try to prevent the defect. Okay, just try to prevent it. Okay, very first we will take some precautions that defect should not be there in our software application. For that, we follow certain best practices. But still, if defect is there, then here comes your role. You need to identify it. You need to ask your developer to fix it. And then only that quality application will be releasing in this market. So very first, we'll be discussing a very basic points, which you have already learned in manual testing. So I'm just covering it, right? Because it's very simple. You all aware about what testing it is. As per the ISTQB, they have mentioned software testing, it is way to assess the quality of software and reduce the risk of software failure in operation. Correct? So it is all about improve the quality. We need software testing. And it is a process where we can identify the defect. What is a note for you? Software that does not work correctly can lead many problems, guys, including loss of money, time, even business reputation, or even injury or death. And that's the reason. Very first, before releasing any software application into market, testing is important. Without testing, we can't release any software application into this market, right? And this is how you need to understand what testing it is. Why it is important? Some key points. Yeah, okay, fine. These key points given by the ISTQB again. How we test the application. So as I mentioned, okay, like in manual testing, we have discussed about V methodology. How we start testing? We need to start testing. You all are aware right from the requirement, and we need to continue till the release. It's not like that we are going to stop somewhere, right? Till release, the process will going on. But in this entire process, till coding, how exactly you test the application? Because here you will not get exact application for testing or execution. So here we always go for static testing, because we need to just read the documentation, whatever is there from every phase of development cycle. We will understand those, we will review those, and based on that, if you notice any defect, you can raise that defect. But once the coding is completed, means you have something to evaluate, where you can pass input, where you can test output. And here comes validation. So basically, static testing, it's nothing but verification. And after development, when we test the application, that's nothing but you are doing dynamic testing, which is nothing but validation. So some key points, whenever the key points are there, those points you need to focus. See, test process includes many activities, right? Whenever we start testing, there are many activities available. So development process also we have to learn. Testing process also it is important to know. As per the ISTQB, we have planning, we have analyzing, designing, implementation, even we have reporting test progress, okay, result, whatever you found. And then based on that, we can evaluate quality, right? So we have to follow certain process, and then we can evaluate the quality. So based on that, what exactly static and dynamic testing? They have mentioned this difference. Static testing definitely does not involve any kind of execution, as I just now mentioned. It's all about when we start testing right from the requirement, you are just verifying the documents. So static testing does not involve any execution or system, whatever system being tested. Instead, it consists static analysis. So we can do analysis point, but we can't execute. So we can verify the document, but we can't execute. So in a simple word, you can remember testing without execution, that is static testing. Stress testing with execution, that is dynamic testing. So here it comes. Dynamic testing does not involve or does involve execution of the software or component which is being tested. So these are the key points you need to remember. How we test the application, so we have to follow the certain process. Based on that process, based on understanding of the requirement, test planning, simply we can go for this entire process. Yes, Gurudev, I will be sharing notes, I will be sharing dumps, I will be sharing recording too, right? Fine. Okay, so this is how we'll be simple, completing our process. So they have just mentioned that point that whenever we start testing, certain process you need to follow. And how we test the application, the two ways. Statically also you can test, dynamically also you can test. In a more detailed way, what static, what dynamic it is, we'll be learning because we have module wise understanding, right? So this is your first chapter we are understanding now. It's all about fundamental. Again, what are the key points? See, what is verification and what is validation? So if I ask you, you are already aware, but still, what verification it is? It is a process where we can verify the document to identify the defect. Again, same. Here, based on the requirement, we test the application that whatever application will be implementing, it should be quality one. As per the slogan of ISTQB, what we can say, are we building the product right? That is what verification. Whatever development you are simply performing, whatever process you are following, whether it is valid. So in simple word, you can just remember verification is always process oriented, guys. There are some key points. What does verification means? It is always process oriented. Okay, we need to generally verify certain process. So verification also referred as quality assurance task. We are trying to assure the quality. We are simply checking that whatever adherence process is available, okay, to test the application, whether that is quality. So it's a very simple, remember this point, like confirmation by examination and through provision of objective evidence that specified requirements have been fulfilled. That is called verification. Now, few technical terms you are getting from ISTQB, but in that way only you need to understand what verification it is. So somewhere as per the requirement, we'll be checking that whether application is developed, right? So here we need to focus on what? The entire documents. The verification does involve checking whether system meets specified requirement. That's it. As per the requirement, every process is going on, every development and your application is developed or not, that only we focus. What does validation means? Validation, it is a product oriented. If verification focus on process, that means validation focus on the product, software product. After coding, you will get something to evaluate, to get something to execute, right? And there comes dynamic testing into picture. So what validation it is? In validation, we check whether system will meet user or any stakeholder needs, right? In operational environment. So definitely after validation, we can, simple release the product into live environment. That's your operational environment. So in operational environment, any user, any customer, they should not notice any kind of failure. And because of that, validation, verification, both are important. So we will try it. See one more point. If I say, okay, fine, starting from the requirement, we can start testing, we can begin with this static and verification. Why it is called quality assurance? Because we simply rely on entire process. We need to check that every process of development and testing going properly, right? Whatever application will be, that is 100%, it should be the quality application as per the expectation of the customer. That is what we are going to focus. But there is a one more thing. Verification aim or quality assurance aim is what? Let's say prevention, guys. We generally focus on what? Prevention process. Like it is a process oriented, so defect should not occur in software application. So we always try, we always take some necessary action to prevent the defect. Are you getting my point? But when it comes to the validation part, okay, here, after development, our main focus is what? Do identification of the defect in terms of defect, and obviously fix it. Because whenever fix it, defect got fixed, quality got increased for that product. So just to remember, verification always process oriented. It is also known as quality assurance. And here comes prevention process, defect prevention. Validation, it is a dynamic testing where we can execute a software and get the defect. Main objective is identification of the defect and resolving those defects so that application quality will be improved, and whatever defects are there, it will not definitely noticed by the customer. So just to improve the quality, both types are important. And again, here you can see this line: confirmation by examination and through provision of objective evidence that the requirements for a specific intended use or application have been fulfilled. So here in the verification, our main focus is whatever we are developing, it should be as per the requirement. But in the validation, whatever the user who is using that software application must be worked as per his need. And that is what called validation testing, or simple static and dynamic testing. Do remember, these are the two types available in software testing. With the help of this only, we test the software application. Okay. What else? Now it comes to the objective. Very first, as a software tester, what is your objective? Guys, 3 points, huh? Just focus. See, we need to understand developer objective. We need to understand tester objective. Why? Because both are important in this process. See, very first, every developer, even every person who involved in development cycle, those are responsible to develop quality application, right? So developer is responsible also same. Whatever their work it is, write a code, write a programming, specific programming language, debug the code. To remember, code, writing script, writing program, debugging, it is a process which is followed by the developer who will identify the root cause of the problem. Yes, whenever they fix the defect, they need to first notice root cause of the problem and they are going to resolve it. So developer is responsible to develop quality application. Developer is responsible to fix the defect, right? Fix the defect. This is what the responsibility of the developer, and objective is again same, develop quality application. But what exactly responsibility of a tester? We need to test the application. Just now I have mentioned, we can test not only software, but everything related to the software, the process of development, process of testing, requirements or your documentation, whatever will be getting. We can do static testing. We do dynamic testing, right? Even after making change in the software also, we can again test the software application just to make sure that changes should not have any impact on any previous functionality of the software. So these things are important, right? So as a tester, what is your main objective? You are here to improve the quality. You are here to assure the quality. So your first focus should be always on prevention. Try to prevent the defect. So here come the first point. Prevent the defect. That's a tester objective. Yes, there are many, not only one. Focus one by one. Prevention of the defect, finding failures and the defect from the software. It should not get noticed by the end user. Build the confidence, okay, like in the level of quality about your software product, about your application. Okay, you are going to build the confidence. Provide sufficient information to the stakeholder, again to reduce level of risk. Somewhere if you notice there is a risk in the software, if you test it right before release that application to the end user, we guys are able to reduce level of risk. Again, to evaluate work product. Now one more thing I will suggest, be ready with your pen and paper. Some key points you can note it down. When like whatever you have currently in your hand, just please note it down. When the word comes work product in ISTQB, generally we call documents, right? But in ISTQB, they have defined the word for document. It is a work product. Work product means The document related to your phases, it could be requirement document, user story, design, code, any document. But the document related to testing, let's say test cases, defect report, summary report, any execution report, those are called test where. Test where in ISTQB. So do not get confused whenever you read question. You might find out this kind of word, so don't get confused. Okay, what is this? Work products are nothing but simple documentation. It could be any document, but test where it is nothing but document related to testing. Make a note. Test where is a term in ISTQB related to what? All testing related documents. What is next to follow? So to verify and validate whether the test object means whatever application, module, whatever you are testing is to complete and work as per the user and other stakeholder expectation with respect to everything, guys. So we are testing the application, but whatever user need it is, any customer, whenever they simply provide the requirement to the IT industry, they do provide some, they do make some agreements, they simply, go for some contracts. So it is important to test all these things, and so the point they have mentioned. So stakeholder expect, with their contractual, legal, or any regulatory requirement or standard, we need to verify and validate a software application to meet expectation of the user in a simple word. And that expectation, everything, the agreement, contract, any legal things, like example, if any application develop as per some government policy, then are those policies standard actually fulfilled or not? We need to make sure that thing. So that is what tester objective. Mainly, this is what prevention, identification, and obviously build the confidence that yes, application is the quality one. And how the application will become quality one? So for that, you need to test it, identify more number of defect. Once the defect get automatically resolved by the developer, automatically quality will increase. And that's the point, that's the flow you need to remember. Testing and debugging. What is the difference? As I mentioned, developer is responsible to debug the code. Tester is not responsible for any kind of debugging. Means your main role is test the application, identify the defect. You will report back to the developer, guys. So what is debugging first? Debugging is a process where we can execute your application or your code line by line. So generally in the debugging, in a simple word, it is a process where developer can identify root cause of the problem and developer resolve that root cause. Are you getting my point? So when they write a code, they debug the program, they will check on which line error it is. If it is an error, they will identify the root cause and they will resolve that error. That process is called debugging. So there is a misconception, debugging is nothing but testing. No, guys, both are different. Tester, if you are a manual tester, you are not responsible to debug your test cases or any code. It's a responsibility of a developer. In case of automation, whenever you prepare automation script, yes, that's your role. That's your responsibility to debug the script also, right? But not in manual testing. So here comes, you need to understand difference between testing and debugging. So first point, software testing, you know that it's a process where we can identify the defect and whatever it shows in the software in terms of failure in the operation, right? We can identify it and we can ask a developer to fix it. But this is what the process, which is done by the software tester. This is called testing. But debugging, which is mostly done by the developer. Role responsibility is totally of developer. So debugging is the development activity that finds the root cause of the defect, analyze the defect, and even they fix such defect. And that's the role which is done by the developer. So do remember, testing, here we just identify the defect, but root cause of the defect will be noticed by the developer. And there we can simple call that processes are what? We can say debugging. So debugging, testing, both are different, right? Okay, what else we need to understand? See the note. In agile development, in some other life cycles, tester may also involve in the debugging and even component testing. So yes, how come it comes into the picture in Agile? Because in Agile, if you know, we'll be learning that, but still, in Agile, we have a time box approach, right? Within a short time frame, we'll be working all together on that particular module. So developer tester works together. They work collaboratively in that particular sprint. And because of that, sometimes automation engineer, the tester, they do also involve in the process of debugging, even during component testing. So here comes component testing means unit testing. What we have learned in manual testing, unit testing is completely responsibility of a developer. But then somewhere, whenever you work with agile methodology, you can also, perform component testing. But again, there should be the prerequisite. You should aware programming, right? You should have a programming skill. Then only it is possible. So do remember, testing and debugging both are different, both done by the different people. Why testing is important? You are already aware. Every customer, everybody expect, even we also expect, whenever any software application we are using, it should be quality. It should meet our expectation. It should not fail anytime. I should get a faster response, right? My performance of the application, it should be very clear. Functionality wise, my application should be very, very, properly working. So this is what the common expectation everybody have. And based on that, testing is important. So ISTQB defines the same thing. Appropriate test level, let me define. Appropriate test techniques are applied to the test level in appropriate software development life cycle. So first point, testing is important because we are going to develop quality application. Everybody having a common goal. So yes, having tester involved in the requirement review. How come it will, again it will important, or it get increase? How come the quality will increase? So guys, if you simple involve in the requirement phase, if you do review, automatically defect you will notice early. And when you fix those defect early, time will save, budget also get very, very less in that case. So again, having tester work closely with a system designer, where you will understand how the system is being designed, and even it increase each party's understanding about the development design. And then it is very easy to test that application. So basically, you should have a more knowledge about your product. Then only you'll be able to solve, you will be able to understand and test that application, right? Having tester work closely with a developer, where you will understand how they write the code under development, and this can increase each party again understanding of the code and how we can test that particular code. So if you remember, we have four level. Component testing as per the ISTQB. In the ISTQB document, you will not notice anywhere unit testing word. They have mentioned unit is nothing but component testing only. So component testing done by the developers, absolutely. We have integration level, right? In integration, developer tester both involved. So there comes definitely it is a possibility tester is also working with a developer. So you can also gain that knowledge, understand how developer develop the application. So this will help you for testing purpose. So that's the reason of obviously at the end, to deliver quality application, testing is important. Having tester verify and validate software period to release, that can defect failure might, that might otherwise have been missed, or support the process of removing defect which cause failure. And that's the reason debugging is must. Usually as a tester, your main objective is what? Prevent the defect, identify it early, and it should not noticed by any particular end user. But somewhere if any defect got missed by the tester, if you miss to identify it, it simply cause of any kind of failure, guys, which might notice by the end user. So here you need to understand relation between error, fault, which is nothing but the defect, and the one more term, failure. And who are the responsible to notice that? At the end, meaning of these words are again same. So I will just notice, or I will just explain first that part. See here, error, defect, and failure, and then we will come back to again main topic. So mainly what happened, error is just a human mistake, guys. Okay, usually whenever developer write the code, and they write any particular program, and if they notice that code is not working as per the expectation, somewhere something is missing. Let's say suppose developer have mentioned some, or developer prepared some dead code. So that means it is not executing, it is generating some error. So in that case, if you're getting any compilation error, some semicolon is missing in the code, right? Some standard, or you have written statement, you have use variable, but declaration got missed. So this is done by the developer. But generally, error is just a human mistake. Any action which generate incorrect result, that is called error. And it is usually referred by the developer. What does fault means? See, if any error get missed by the developer, it will cause a fault in the software, right now. So if any problem, if developer missed to resolve, definitely that will raise a new problem, new issue in your main software. And again, there comes tester responsibility. Then you as a tester, you need to identify those defects. So defect in general, it's any flaw in software testing or in a software system where you can notice difference between expected and actual result. That is called defect. In terms of ISTQB, you can call it as bug also. Anything related to the only programming issues that at that simple, programming level, we can notice as a bug, but something related to entire software, related to functionality, related to, any non-functionality, means quality attribute, that we can notice in the form of defect. So do remember, bug, defect, both are same, but the level where we are referring those terms, that's different. Okay. Even at a broader level, we can just call it as defect. Anything if you notice where expected and your main functionality is not matches, then you can raise it as defect. So definitely error cause defect. And if any defect missed by the tester to identify itself, it will cause a failure, and which will be noticed by the end user. So our main goal is any defect, any error should not be noticed as a notice by the end user. Otherwise, it will be failure. Failure in operation, guys. Somewhere because of the defect, because of the error, your application is not working, okay, in a proper way. Somewhere user is trying to do some activity, but for that process, user is getting some different, functionality or result of any other functionality. There come failure into picture, right? And that's the reason these three terms relation both important. See the simple meaning. Error is just a human action that produces incorrect result. Fault is nothing but manifestation of error into software. It's a variation between expected and actual result, that is called fault. And yes, guys, fault also cause a failure. Remember that. And who is responsible to identify the fault? Yes, it is a responsibility of a tester. Error will be noticed by the developer usually, and failure, it is always noticed by the end user. Do remember that. So end user or customers, they usually notice the failure. What does failure means? Deviation of a software from its expected delivery or a service, that is called failure. So in addition, failure causes due to the defect, even in the code. Failure can be also causes due to some environmental conditions or a change. There might be possibility the platform got updated or platform got changed suddenly. In that case also, your end user might have or might get some certain failures, right? So it is important to notice errors, defect, and the failures. And these three terms, again, based on these three terms, there will be one question. Remember, only based on definition and the roles responsibility, there will be one question definite in ISTQB. So be prepared for that. Okay, before this, let me come to this point. So yes, testing is important to improve the quality. And that's the reason testers should involve in every phase of the development. Okay, you should start testing right from the requirement and you should continue till the release. In first module, they have added one more point to be discussed, quality assurance, and one more keyword, quality control. What exactly quality assurance and quality control it is? See, very frankly, every organization, they has to manage their own quality, right? So quality in their process, quality in their standard, what process they are following to develop the application or to test the application, what kind of metric they follow, measurement, documents they follow, reports, strategies they follow, everything is important. So quality assurance, quality control. When it comes to the related to the software testing, definitely quality assurance, it's all about prevention process, or it is a process oriented. Here we manage, here we test entire process of development and testing, whether your application meeting customer requirement or not, or based on the same requirement application is developing or not. That is what we generally test in quality assurance. And that's the reason I have mentioned that quality assurance, it's all about verification, because it is completely process oriented. Okay, so any organization process development testing standard, we can simple check that whether it is adherence to entire the base requirement of the developed software application. So assurance is typically focused on, yes, adherence to the proper process in order to provide confidence that appropriate level of quality will be achieved. So it is a process oriented. You can define again, you can understand again, it's a prevention process where we can prevent the defect. When it comes to the quality control, it's all about product, guys. Here comes actual testing. So we do execution, we perform dynamic testing, and we execute a software, we identify the defect, and we ask a developer to fix it. And then only quality will improve. So quality control, it is a product oriented where we test the product. Quality assurance, it is a process oriented where we test the process of development, process of testing, right? So control activities, again, there are variety of activities involved, like including test activity, support achievement of appropriate level of quality. So absolutely, whenever this product you release into the live market, you need to provide some kind of support also. That support is nothing but maintenance. Somewhere there is a possibility we need to provide a maintenance to our product. So whenever there are some changes occur by the customer end, changes occur due to the platform end, whatever it is, right? So definitely the quality control activities should taken care that support too. So execution, evaluation of the product we do in quality control. But verifying the process, documents, draft. Okay, documents means what? Generally what happen, many people having this misconception that, okay, whenever we receive SRS document, then we review. No, guys. Document means what? In general, your business analyst is responsible. Okay, business analyst is responsible to collect the requirement from the customer. These requirements, very first, business analyst maintain in the some kind of draft. So there will be draft available first. On this draft, we apply review technique. Do remember that, okay? What we test now, where we apply the review techniques. So definitely on this graph, we apply review technique. And after that, you will get the final document, something like SRS, FRS, and other BRS documents too, right? So generally we understand this document, and based on that, we start writing our test cases on all, right? The entire process. But do remember that initially you will get a draft, not a final document. So that's the reason quality assurance, it's a complete process oriented. Quality control, it is completely product oriented. So we do test product in quality control. We test or verify the process, or documents we verify, where we can verify the drafts and all. That is a process of quality assurance. I hope it is clear, right? Okay, then what they have added new point. So since quality assurance is a concern with the proper execution of the entire process, so quality assurance testing, or it support proper testing. Can you see that? The same line. If you do assurance, based on that, we'll be able to understand whether software is developed properly or not. So definitely it's mainly support for what? Proper testing process. So that's the reason, guys, we should start testing right from the requirement, and we should continue it till the release. And here comes difference between error, defect, and failure, which is very important. As I mentioned, one question definitely will be there on definitions of verification, validation, even these terms. What is a test where or test basis? We'll be learning what is basis again. But error, defect, failure, this kind of terminology you need to understand. So one question definitely there on this type of pattern. Then what is next? We need to understand cause of the software defect. Okay. So it's not a blaming game. First point. We don't blame on any person, right? Because of developer, because of BA, we found a defect in a software. So it's very general. Like human can make mistake, right? And that is very, very obvious. So guys, whenever we develop the application, it's not like one person involvement in that process. There are many teams involved, right? Development team, design team, BA team, testing team, even maintenance team. Nowadays, we can call it as DevOps team. Many people they involve together and they develop, design and test high quality software application. But there might be problem somewhere if requirements are not clear. Possible that BA is failed to understand requirement given by the client. BA is failed to understand, or somewhere requirement is missing requirement, somewhere requirement is a complex requirement. Possible. So because of the complexity also, you may get defect in the later phases of development cycle. So here, before understanding causes, do remember that many people are aware, but still I'm covering. It's a complete development cycle, guys. Okay, we have a development cycle where we have a different phases: requirement gathering and analysis, where the BA comes and BA collect the requirement in terms of agile. Product owner get the all user stories and the epic, and he maintain a particular product backlog, right? Similarly, in the normal traditional process, we can call it as requirement, where the BA involves and they collect the requirement. Based on that, you will be having design phase, where system architect they design the software application. Developers do also involve in that phase because they develop the UI part, even they develop the what we can say the internal logics. Low level designing is done by the developer, right? That's the reason. Design is divided into high level and the low level. Okay. After design, we have a development phase. After development, yes, developer write the code and software get developed. Then we have a testing. After testing, yes, we have deployment, where we can deploy the application on a customer platform in a production environment, right? Final testing we do. Yes. Okay. Anybody want to discuss something? Okay. Be on mute. Thank you. So deployment we do, and after that, we have a simple maintenance phase, right? Last phase is maintenance. Okay. It's like a customer support. So absolutely, if you have a defect in a software, so guys, do not blame on any person. That's a basic standard that you need to follow basic general rule. So there might be problem with the requirement. Yes, there might be issues with the requirement. Because of that, you may get defect. There might be problem with the design phase. Maybe application is too much complex. Our system architect team, they're not able to design properly, or some dependency they got missed. Definitely, you will be getting defects in the later phases of development. Might be issue with the programmers, I mean developers too. They might write a different logic, or somewhere they might a wrong logic. Possible. So whatever it is, based on that, definitely there is a chances that you will get a defect. Okay, it's all about problems with the testing also. Maybe tester is lacking with their skill. You don't know how to test the application. Problem, right? Biggest issue. So there is a possibility that tester might lacking with the communication phase. Like we should communicate with all the team member. Even some general common reason, communication gap within a team, right? Time management gap within a team. Possible in short time you are doing lot of work. So in a in a very short period, if you are doing lot of works, definitely there will be defect in the life cycle. I mean, you will get it in the later phases or in the same phases of the development. So there could be the issue with every phase of the development, okay, or that every particular respective team members, but we can't blame. So you have to answer diplomatic while interview also, and while understanding the concept also. So what are the causes of defect? See, the very basic errors may occur for many reasons. Somewhere time pressure, human, like simple fallibility. Somewhere it's problem with the understanding and you're writing and completing your work, but there might be problem with the entire process in that case. Again, some inexperience or insufficient staff or skill we have for a project. Miscommunication between the participants, those are involved in the complete life cycle or the project. Even complexity in terms of code, design, document, architecture, many things, right? Even misunderstanding about intra-system and inter-system interface. What is intra and inter-system, guys? Inter-system means a large, we can say system to system communication. Intra means within that process, if you have any doubts or if you have any confusion, and because of that, there might be issues get raised in the software application. So yes, some kind of new changes in the technology, some kind of updation, maybe your customer is updating requirements again and again. So that's the biggest issue. And because of that, you'll be getting defect in the software. Okay. So causes of the defect are these. You can simple answer related to every phase you need to understand. There could be problem with the phases, and based on that, you will be getting defect, right? Okay, then what is the last topic? Like what is a defect, root cause and effect? What is difference in this or relation in this? So defect you are already aware. Any flaw in a software application where you can notice difference between expected actual result, that is called defect. Defect related to functionality or any related to quality attribute, right? Possible. But what does root cause means? Root cause, see, root causes of defect are earliest action or condition that contribute to creating that defect. So here we can, I mean, developer can identify the problem or the main cause of that defect. They can reproduce the same defect and then they can resolve the same. So defect can be analyzed to identify the root cause. They need to observe the defect properly. They need to analyze that and then they will notice the root cause. And again, they reduce the occurrence of similar defect in the future. The root cause is nothing but the base issue. Because of that, you are getting that particular defect, right? So developer can identify the same and developer fix the same. So root cause analysis can lead to process improvement that prevents significant number of future defects from being introduced, right? So if similar kind of defects will be there, it will be automatically get resolved and identify the developer, right? And even developer can notice the problem, they identify the root cause and they resolve the same. So root cause analysis is important. Based on the root cause, definitely effects, what the effect will be happen, guys. So if any defect is available in the system software, if any software get failed, there might be many, effects will be there. Maybe suppose any banking application got corrupted, okay, somewhere your application or server get crashed. Maybe the possibility what, you might lost your data, right? But somewhere airplane get crash, impact effect is different, right? Human loss in that case. So every software having a different kind of effects, maybe different kind of root causes also about that defect. So in general, here they have mentioned one example. See, suppose incorrect interest payment and due to a single line of incorrect code result in customer complaint. Everybody notice, huh? What is the question here? Please notice. Suppose we have incorrect interest payment due to the single line of incorrect code and result in customer complaint. So what result you are getting? Customer are still complaining about the issue. So the defective code was written for a user story which was ambiguous. The problem is why developer made that mistake, because whatever the code is written, that because of one user story and which is again ambiguous due to product owner misunderstanding of how to calculate interest. So can you judge this example and can you tell me here what is defect, what is root cause, and what is effect? Anyone? Just read this example in your own way and tell me what is the root cause, what is the defect, and what is the effect. Hmm. Okay, first of all, can you tell me what defect it is? What defect we found? Okay. Okay. Okay, great. Root cause is product owner understanding, misunderstanding. Absolutely. Absolutely correct. But what defect we found? That coding defect we found. Correct? And then what is the effect of that defect? Who's getting impacted? Customer. Very nice. So what customer effect it's all about? They simply complains about the entire product. Very nice. So this is what the relation you need to understand. The root cause because of only single requirement. If the product owner is not clear about his requirement, he missed something, or maybe requirement is ambiguous requirement. Based on that, the later phases of development proceed, right? So developer again, they develop the code based on the same understanding. They do mistake, and then automatically it raises in terms of functionality failure, which is noticed by the end user. So this is how you need to understand relation between defect, root cause, and the effect. Now, guys, the next topic is 7 testing principles, but I think we will take one break. Okay, do you need a lunch break? Just let me know. I'm okay, but you tell me first. You need a break and then we'll be continue with the principle. Mhm. Kindly reply in the chat box, everybody. You want me to be continue or want a break? Okay, Gurudev. Yeah, after principle. Fine. Yeah, I will be anyways giving 10-15 minutes only. Don't worry. Yeah, sure. So after principle, we'll take a break. Okay. Now see, 7 testing principle. Many people are already aware those are new for them. So basically, principles are some kind of guideline to be followed. Okay, when to start, when to stop, even whenever you test the application, where you need to mainly focus, right? How much testing is enough? How you will decide that? It is important to have a knowledge on that. So principles not only helpful for a testing, but I will say it will help you for a complete process, for a complete life cycle. So there are total 7 principles available. Early testing saves time and money. Now principles you need to learn as per the ISTQB. Okay. So some changes like in older syllabus, there were only defect clustering. Okay. Today we have defect clusters together, right? Something like that. So few changes, concept remains same. Only the changes in the terms or that entire statement or that word. So guys, what are the different 7 testing principle? Just have a look. Testing shows presence of defect, not their absence. Exhaustive testing is impossible. Early testing saves time and money. Be aware of pesticide paradox. Then we have absence of error, it is just a fallacy. Okay. Testing is a context dependent. And one more, defect clusters together. Total 7 testing principles we are having. Let's learn one by one. First, very first, when we start the testing process, do remember that testing always shows presence of defect, not their absence. You are here to identify defect only. If you say, okay, fine, I tested the application and there is no defect, zero defect I found. Zero defect, it doesn't mean software is a quality. First point. Zero defect is not a proof of correctness. And that's the reason when we test the application, you should identify the defect only. So testing always shows presence of defect. It is not their absence. What is exhaustive testing impossible? Okay, fine. This is a list and let's start with here first. Okay, what is the meaning? So testing can shows defect are present, but you cannot prove that there are no defect in the software. And yes, it reduce, the probability of undiscovered defect remaining in the software. But even if no defect are found, testing is not a proof of correctness. So every time when we test the application, you should identify, you should notice some kind of defects related to anything, functionality, requirement, your UI part, usability, quality attribute, it could be anything. Second principle is what? Exhaustive testing is impossible. First point, what does exhaustive testing means? Testing and checking each and every combination of input. It is impossible. Somewhere you have an application which includes total 20 pages, right? In every page, you are having certain text field, let's say text boxes. We are having certain drop downs, certain menus, right? Even we are having different links available in our application. And this is how the total 20 pages available in our software. So is it possible to test, each and every functionality, each and every input combination? or application, it is important to test in a depth. So we don't perform every time deep testing. Do remember, testing each and every combination of input, it is totally impossible. I usually provide the example like somewhere there is a field on my form that this is a field which accept only one digit. So very simple requirement. One digit means what? It could be 0 to 9, any number, correct? But only testing as per the given requirement. Then it comes under positive testing, guys. But we need to test some negative scenarios also. That if what if anybody try to enter any character, A, suppose, and software is accepting it. So no, this is wrong, right? Software should not accept this kind of wrong, requirement or wrong kind of functionality, because this particular field is designed to accept only one digit. But still you are able to accept. I mean, you are able to pass it here any character. At a time, this in this field, we are able to enter some numbering too, multiple digits too. Then here you can raise a defect, guys, right? So exhaustive testing means what? If you just notice, for negative scenarios, there could be many. 2 digit, 3 digit, A to Z characters, again uppercase, lowercase, 26 plus 26 characters. Is it possible to test each and every combination? So just think, for only one field, you are writing suppose 30 to 40 test cases. And suppose similar kind of multiple fields are available on that application. Even we have to test many pages again, many web pages for that application. How you guys are able to continue testing? Because testing the application doesn't mean follow requirement, test the application, but you should make sure that you are performing this whole step, complete action within some deadline, right? You should match your deadline also, the duration. You should match your budget, the cost which is described by your customer. So while working on IT project, it doesn't mean you are just need to fulfill the requirement. Along with the requirement, whatever the surrounding things are there, the deadline, budget, right? Even requirement. These things are important to focus. And that's the reason. We have a ISTQB principle to be followed. Exhaustive testing is impossible. We don't test every software application for each and every combination of input output condition. But what you can do, you can prioritize your work. In that case, you can prioritize your work. In that case, you can simple go for the trivial cases in a depth way. Somewhere you are testing any hospital equipment, let's say, where the each and every point is important for testing, right? So based on that, patient life is completely depend. Okay, this kind of things you can test, guys, no problem at all. So there you can go for exhaustive testing. Every point where it is important, there you can go for exhaustive testing, but it is not possible for every type of application. And for that reason, we have a principle: exhaustive testing is impossible. So testing everything, combination of input, precondition, it is not feasible except trivial cases. Short cases you can go. Okay. But rather than attempting exhaustive testing, we can do what? Do risk analysis. Check that first which module is a risky. Concentrate on that module first. Make do certain priorities. Okay, focus on priorities. Which module is critical? On that critical functionality, you can start testing first, because maybe there is a possible we don't complete it, we are not able to complete it in full or given time period. So we have to focus on critical part first. And that's the reason risk analysis, test technique, priorities need to be focused, okay, again along with the effort of the testing. So while testing the application, tester efforts are also important. So that's the reason, guys. What is the principle we have? Exhaustive testing is impossible. Checking each and every combination of input, it is completely impossible. What is next? We have a third principle to follow: early testing, which save time and money. Simple example, those are new. Why we need to go for early testing? See, we have development cycle based on requirement design, based on design development. After that, we have testing. So as per the life cycle they have given, right? I mean, it is a very standard life cycle. Whenever IT comes into this particular, the whole, we can say world, we can say, whenever IT generally defines, at that time we are following this cycle, and still the cycle remains same. So these are the phases. right? Development, then testing, and then deployment. Okay. But now just think, if we start testing late, what are the problems? If we start testing late, you might get defect late in the life cycle, but only identification, it's not our goal, right? So here, I just perform identification. I found defect. Okay, great. But then what is the next point? We need to ask a developer to fix it. Okay. Whenever we ask a developer to fix it, developer have to do what? Some rework. Developer is changing something in a code, functionality. Developer is doing certain rework. Now just think, so defect identification, after that rework is needed to that specific phase. Based on that, again, we need to test the application. The process goes on again and again, right? But here what will happen? If you start testing late and if you found a defect related to design phase, what will be the problem? Design phase need to be reworked. Based on that, development phase also need to be reworked. Automatically, budget and the time got increased. Are you getting my point? We need some extra time. Why? Because we need to update design. Then we need to update development. Again, we need to test it. So in that case, definitely your time and budget get increased. And now just think, you start testing late in the life cycle. And if you notice defect related to requirement, what will be the problem? Requirement related defect. So BA has to improve the requirement document. Based on that, rework will be there for design. Based on that, rework will be there for development. So guys, automatically the cost and the time get increased. Somewhere possible that we might miss our deadline too. So what is the best practice to follow? Instead of start testing late in the life cycle, you can directly start from the beginning phase of the development. Early testing. This is somewhere called shift left. Remember, ISTQB term, shift left. Shift left means we can start with the beginning. Okay. So early testing saves always your time, always your money. So the principle is find the defect early. Both static dynamic test activities should be started as early as possible in the development cycle. So if you find defect early, definitely you will able to fix it early. I mean the respective team, respective author of the document, and you guys are able to reduce the time and even you are able to reduce the money also. So definitely early testing, it is called shift left as per the ISTQB. Testing early life cycle, it helps to reduce and eliminate costly changes, and that's the reason this is your one of the very interesting important principle to follow, right? So early testing always save time, always save money. What does defect clusters together? In general, when we start testing, okay, any application, hmm, yeah, validation error. So Nirmala, validation error means what? When you execute your software and you found anything, right? In terms of functionality, in terms of anything related to quality attribute, that is called validation error. So you are asking me error in terms of what? Because if it is a problem with the software application while execution, if you notice, you can directly call it as defect, right? Okay, static testing error. Okay, fine. Just a minute. So static testing error means what? Let's see. Let me take a different color. Okay. So we have started with the requirement analysis. Let's take a very simple example. As a QA team, we have started with the requirement analysis and we have certain requirement with us. Okay. First requirement, requirement 2, requirement 3, and requirement 4. What we notice that third requirement, it is written by the BA. That's okay. But some dependency is required. What we notice, there is some dependency required because without, let's say, developer defines that, I mean, not developer, BA person defines that this is a banking application and user can check their account detail, right? But what they miss here, they miss defined dependency that user, that customer must be logged in first into the application and then they can check their account detail, right? So we need some dependency to be mentioned. So suppose you are a tester and you are reviewing this document. And what you have to identify in terms of static error or static defect, when it comes in terms of requirement, you need to identify missing requirement. What is missing here? Dependency in this feature is missing. So when you notice this, this is you can raise as a defect. And who is going to fix it? The author of the document. Who prepared requirement? Here developer is not responsible, right? So in static testing, the respective person or the team member is responsible to fix the problem. So here come the defect which is fixed by the BA person only. Now when you talk about code, coding is prepared by the developer. And let's say I am the tester and I am also aware about the programming, so I can review, fine. And while reviewing the code, that particular program, if I notice that line number 3, developer have missed, okay, let's say developer written some dead code. I missed that. I noticed that developer written some dead code. Dead code means something which is not even executable in any condition. Like a simple example. If I give you example, if you write this way, control flow statement, if condition I have written true, absolutely I have written here. Let me explain again in a different code. Just a minute. Dead code means what? I noticed that, okay, developer writes something like this, true. Okay, or developer write here, let's say some integer number, and number is let's say 90, and developer write if number is a 90 only, then what should happen? Or if the number is 90 only, then it should print that number. Okay, print number is valid, something like that. And else developer writes something that number is not valid. Okay, number is not valid. The problem in this code is what? Already number is declared as a 9. And here we are testing the number is 90 or not. So obviously we will put some condition, right? So what I'll do, I'll just accept some number from the user. Let's say user input I'm having in a number, and which is coming from the user. I will test that, okay, fine. Whatever number it is, if it is a 90, then only it should print the number is valid. If that user has entered 100, if it is not matched with 90, it will execute this part. So if I put the condition like this, number is matching with A. If it is true, absolutely it will execute true part. But if it is false, it will execute which part? This part. This is what the logic it is. But now just think, whatever developer write here in the condition, it is every time only true. Then if the condition is always true, it will never go to this part na, for execution. Else part will never be executed. So whenever you notice any issue related to coding, variable is declared, not used, extra variable, unnecessary extra variable declare, right? Syntax error, some kind of, see, sometimes possible na, developer have written if and they put the semicolon. Developer write for, they put the semicolon. And they're trying to identify the problem. Possible. I'm just giving example. So these kind of errors we can notice. Yes, we can also do the code review. As I mentioned earlier, as a tester, you can review each and every document. Only the prerequisite is what? Whenever it comes to the code, you should aware about the program. So if you are not comfortable in programming, you don't know any programming, nobody is going to ask you to do code review. But this is just I'm giving example. Got it? So code review, it is also responsibility of a tester, but there is a precondition. You should be comfortable in programming. Then only you can review. Otherwise, it's not your role. Got it? So static error or dynamic error depends on what type of testing you are doing. Any static error means document related error, where you are not doing execution. By understanding and reading that document, you are finding the defect. Okay? And validation, you are doing execution and identifying the defect. Great. What does defect cluster together? Guys, first of all, what is cluster? Group of similar object, that's called cluster. Okay, first point. Defect cluster, group of defect. So you know what? Whenever we develop any software application, usually every software comprises with multiple module. Module means there are different parts available in that software. There may be login functionality, there may be search functionality, and we have add to cart, right? We have logout, many functionalities are available. Great. So this is what every separate module, every separate component we can call. So what is possible? See, these components are related. Yes. Related to each other. Yes. So this is what integration we have between the component. We have certain relation between the component, but there is a possibility. If any defect you notice, defect have a tendency to come in a group. There is a possibility if you found only one defect in one module. If you miss that defect, the same defect could simple create number of defect in other software development module. Are you getting my point? There might be possible every time you are getting multiple defects in the other functionalities of that software application because of smallest problem, right? So what is important? Every time only critical functionality we test, that's okay. But sometimes we need to focus on the small number of module also, because there is a possibility if you notice any small issue, you are able to identify large number of defects or some big issue from the software application. Possible. And that's the reason what defect clustering means. Defect have a tendency to always come in a cluster. So as a tester, you need to focus on every module. Any small number of module, you will get a guarantee about a large number of defect discovery. So focused on any small number of issue, it might help you to get number of defects in the software application. So it is called defect clusters together. Small number of module usually contain most of the defect discovery during pre-release testing, or it is responsible for most operational failure. And that's the reason predicate defect cluster and the actual observed defect. Remember, predicate means something we are assuming, an actual defect that in the cluster or operation that are important input into risk analysis used to focus testing effort. So the more number of defect you found, the more efforts required to fix it. Simple. So there is a direct relation. Are you getting my point? So defect have a tendency to come in a cluster. So you need to focus on every small number of module, because there might be guarantee that you might get number of defect in a other development or other, we can say, module of the software application. Because simple, there is a one more, like usually I use that example while giving the training in manual testing. Defect clustering is actually one of the example of Pareto principle. We have a very general principle in the market that's called Pareto principle. Okay, so what this Pareto principle talk about, it is applicable for every business, gaming and computational area. So in computing, Microsoft have defined that it's a 80 by 20 rule, guys. 80 by 20 rule. So what Microsoft defined that, if you identify, if you work for 20% causes, see, simple relation, identify the causes which are 20%, automatically 80% effect get resolved. Try to understand. Let's say in any business, because of 20% customer, 80% sell, there is a guarantee. Are you getting my point? So defect clusters together is one of the best example for Pareto principle. It is an example under Pareto principle. So when you focus on a small number of module, it may discover large number of defects in the software. So focus on each and every module, try to solve that defect so that same defect will not create other defects or something similar defect, related defects in other phase of development cycle or in other module of the software. So this is all about defect clusters together. Now what next? Guys, be aware of pesticide paradox. Okay, what does pesticide? This is actually term coming from the farming side, right? The farmer usually use pesticide to kill the insect. But the problem is if every day they are doing same task, okay, there might be possibility that insect will raise the resistance, and after that later on they will not at all impacted because of the pesticide. See another example. When you prepare for any exam, okay, so you make certain plan. Okay, this is what I will be preparing for the exam. This is what this much of marks I should get in my exam. And that is a human tendency every time, right? We make certain plan. When you go for the exam, you give the paper. When you get the result, you might feel, okay, fine, these marks are very less. But then what you will do? You will improve your plan. Are you getting my point? Next time, whenever I will be giving the next paper, next exam, definitely I will be improving my plan, because why? In the by following same strategy will not help me to achieve good marks, right? If you follow same strategy every time, to give any exam, you will not get any same marks or good marks in the next exam. So what is the better approach? Every time do something different, update your strategies, update and review your strategies, where it goes wrong and how I can improve to achieve the next level. Same thing in the testing also. If you test the software application and if you repeat your test cases again and again, same test cases, no change for every module of the software, okay, you will not find out new defect. If you really want to find out new defect, regularly review the test case. Update a test case whenever it is required, and definitely you will notice a new defect. So let's say application we develop for some mobile application feature, okay? We release it. After few years, let's say customer asks some change, so application got updated. But after application feature got updated, as a tester, what's my role? I have to also update my test cases too, because now feature got changed. So you need to review the test case. As per that feature, you need to update your test case. If you don't do so, you will not get a new defect. And that's the reason. To identify new defect from the software application, do not go for pesticide. I mean, try to avoid pesticide paradox. Okay. You need to simply review, repeat, or we can say update your test case every time. Okay. Whenever it is necessary. So do not repeat. Same process, same strategy, same test cases for every software or similar type of software too. And so it is called be aware of pesticide paradox. Simple word. If same tests are repeated over and over again, eventually tester or these tests no longer find any new defect. So to detect new defect, existing test and your data may be, okay, you need to change. Even the new test may need to return every time as per the change process requirement. And tests are no longer effective at the finding defect, just as pesticide are not longer effective at killing insect after a while. And that's the reason it is important to every time go for the new change, understand the new need requirement and do update in your test case. So in some cases, such as automation, regression testing, the pesticide paradox has beneficial outcome. Do you remember? We need to check that whether we are able to get the new defect or not. So generally, whenever there are changes, we always go for regression testing to make sure that software should not get updated or impacted because of the change. And that's the reason in some cases, like in automated regression test, the pesticide paradox has a beneficial outcome, which is the relatively low number of regression defect, right? So every time we need to test the application after every type of change, and definitely there you will find out some kind of new defect. But think, if you don't follow regression testing, will you notice new defect in the software? No, not possible. And that's the reason you need to aware about pesticide paradox. So do review, do update your test cases whenever it is required. Okay, the next principle, remaining two only. Testing is a context dependent. Very interesting, guys. Every application is a different. Every application domain architecture is totally different. See, like, what we can say, web application, it's a three-tier architecture. Mobile application is different. Somewhere native application you are testing, maybe hybrid application you are testing. Somewhere client server architecture is totally different, right? So whenever you test any application, absolutely as per the context of that application, we do testing. So test the application differently as per their context. That is called testing is context dependent. So same thing, if you are testing any web application, same test cases you will not follow for testing desktop or any mobile application. Application is different, architecture is different, do testing differently. And so it is called testing is context dependent. Here in ISTQB, they have mentioned the example like testing a simple e-commerce application. It is completely different than testing any, what we can say, security application or any kind of what we can say, the application which we install for a security concern on a desktop, like antiviruses and all, right? It is totally different. In ISTQB, they have mentioned that agile project, testing done in agile project, it is completely different than testing done in sequential life cycle, like in waterfall, like in V model. Okay, it is totally different. So testing done differently in different contexts. Example, see safety critical industries control software is tested differently from e-commerce application or any mobile application. And same thing, every application is different, so do testing differently. Do not repeat same thing for every software application. And then we have a last principle. Absence of error, it is a fallacy. Mistaken in belief means many people have a misconception, like okay, fine, that if we identify the defect, and even if our software application is 90%, 99% defect free, that means our application is a quality one. No, guys, quality is nothing but if you are meeting your customer expectation, then only it is a quality one. So absence of error means it is all about zero defect is not a proof of correctness. Do remember that. Okay, zero defect is nothing, or it is defect free application. So it is not a proof of correct application. So majorly you need to focus on the need of the customer, right? If you design, develop the software application which is not matching your customer need, then basically you are wasting your time, right? So absence of error is a fallacy. Meeting the requirement is important, equally important. That's defined by the ISTQB. So finding fixing defect does not help if the system build does not fulfill any user need or any user expectation. So just think, if you are writing test cases, you are identifying defect, but suppose your application is completely wrong, it is not following customer expectation, then what is used to test that application? Are you getting my point? So this is the last principle to remember. Absence of error is just a fallacy. And here comes, we have completed 7 testing principle. Only this is the chapter which is a big, okay, rest of the chapters are very simple, I mean short information, but here we need to focus on this kind of topic. So one more, we'll be covering here test process. But before taking test process, let's take a 10-minute of break and we will continue with the next topic. Yeah, 15 minutes break. Okay, fine. Great. So yes, you can wait or you can leave the meeting. I will be stop the recording just a minute. Okay. So let's continue. So after testing principle in this module, I mean first chapter of fundamental of software testing, you need to continue with what? Testing process. Okay. So the process, whatever you have learned in manual testing, it is a similar kind. Only in the way of ISTQB, you need to prepare different activities. So here comes very first planning as per the ISTQB, and planning is a responsibility of a test manager. We can contribute for the same, okay, while making the test plan and all. But the major activities or test planning, it is actually performed by test manager, which is actually defined in the ISTQB. So whatever your assumptions, it is like, okay, fine, planning always done by the leader and all. Fine, in the real time, that organization may follow the different process, right? So every organization, they might have their own process, but the ISTQB preparation, whenever you are doing, you need to focus the key points, whatever they have mentioned. So there is a planning. This is the second phase they mention, monitoring and control. Actually, monitoring and control we need not only after planning or before planning. It is a one phase which we need in every different phases. I mean, during the life cycle, we do monitoring, we do particular controlling the same, right? So monitoring control, it's actually the activities which is taken care during the complete life cycle. Then we have test analysis. So what is meaning here as a tester to maintain test analysis or perform test analysis? It's all about whatever application you want to test. Before that, you'll be preparing your test data. You'll be preparing your scenarios, your test conditions. Okay, so in ISTQB, test scenario. In general, we call test scenario, which is high level testable feature or what to test from the software application, right? We generally call what to test from the software application. But that thing in ISTQB is actually called test condition. To remember this. Test scenario, it is nothing but test condition as per the ISTQB. Okay, so test scenario means what to test. So in test analysis, tester is responsible to define what to test from the software application. So you will create your scenarios, nothing but test condition, data in this process. Then we have design. So design is all about where you prepare your test cases by observing requirement and by following the plan document prepared by the manager. We prepare test cases here. Somewhere we maintain data also, right? And those data is also important for a testing purpose. So we prepare a data, we prepare scenarios, we prepare test cases. Your process remains same. But as per the ISTQB, you need to understand as per the flow, right? So after that, we go for implementation phase. Implementation means what? We directly, before execution, we need to make sure that environment is ready. If all the environment is ready, then only we can go for execution, right? So test execution, where we execute test cases, whatever, the status you notice, like if any expected actual is same, you can make it pass that test case. If any test case is expected actual is not same, there you can make it fail. If some test cases are simply while execution, if you notice it is blocking the complete functionality, then you can make it block. So three status you need to remember: pass, fail, and block. It is also defined by the ISTQB. And the last phase is closure. It's nothing but completion. The final process where we can check all the defect, whatever we have raised, properly closed or not, reports are generated or not, that you can taken care under a test completion. The roles and responsibilities they have mentioned here. You need to go through this, what planning it is. So yes, absolutely, you are basic is already aware. Planning is all about, it's a roadmap for testing activity. When to start, how to start, what to start, right? With which team to be start. If you need any kind of tool to complete that process, then all those detail you will be getting from the test plan document. So actually the scope of testing objective you'll be getting in the test plan. So based on the plan document only, you are able to complete or follow the plan as a guideline or a complete roadmap for testing, and you guys are able to test the application. So very first, in general, what we have learned, that we need a plan document with us. By referring that plan document, we do testing, we start testing. And same thing they have mentioned here. So determining scope, objective, again the relation between the module, scheduling, some kind of the effort or estimation you will get, effort estimation, cost estimation related to your work. That is also you are able to notice because of the planning. Just to remember, process, and majorly it is done by whom? That manager. Test manager is responsible. Second is all about monitoring and control. What does monitoring and control? As I told you, it is not a one process that after planning only we can monitor the process. Monitoring means the task which you do to check the complete progress of your entire phases, entire cycle. Okay, so it's not like that after one specific phase. We are responsible to check the progress throughout the life cycle. Quality assurance activity. Same thing we do here. Monitoring and control means it is a process where we measure the progress of the project. Okay. And monitoring involve ongoing comparison of the module actual progress against the plan. So whatever plan it is, we are doing the same thing as per the plan, that you can check through the monitoring. So people, they simply follow some metrics. Okay, so here they simple follow some metric, like we can calculate some dimensional test defect coverages, something like RTM you can calculate, you can check for the coverage whether all the requirements we have fulfill or not, right? So we can simple go for the RTM process too. Yes, burn down chart, burn up chart, everything it is comes under this particular metrics, we can say. So as per the process, we can follow that, right? So this is all about agile. Burn up, burn down, it's all about agile. Completed work, you will able to notice using burn up, burn down chart, right? And burn up chart means what? Whatever it is left, okay? That you guys are able to again notice with that particular chart. So this is a agile matrix we can talk about, right? I will be covering it because we have that matrix also for study, right? So some metrics to be designed, that's the test monitoring. And then what is control? Controller activity, action to be taken care about that entire measurement. So it is taking necessary action to meet objectives of the plan. But the one point to notice, this is a phase you need to follow for every phase of the testing cycle. It's not like that that only after one phase we are doing it. No, in software testing, monitoring control goes to every phase. So in planning also, in designing also, in analysis also, in execution also, we need to measure and we need to control that entire process to test the application quality. Now the third phase they have mentioned, as I mentioned you, what to test from the software application, that we can call test scenario writing. So scenario writing they mentioned separately with respect to this phase. Analysis. So analysis means what? What is the responsibility of a tester here? One more key point. What is test basis? You need to remember basis, the body of knowledge used as basis to for, or we can say for test analysis and design. So in simple word, basis means reference document. What you are referring, based on what you are completing this phase. So if you want to prepare any scenario, definitely you should have your reference document with you, means what you need to refer, requirement must be there. You should know what design architecture of the software it is, right? Based on that, you can prepare our scenario. Because we have learned scenario preparation, there are few things that you need to understand. Based on requirement also you can prepare, based on relation of the software application module, their interaction we can prepare, based on use cases, whatever the functionalities are there, based on that also we can prepare the scenarios. So test analysis, it is actually a separate phase given by the ISTQB, which is nothing but scenario preparation, data preparation before writing the test cases. So the point to be noted, analyzing the basis. Very first, you need to understand the reference document based on which you'll be preparing your scenario. So analyze those documents, evaluate those documents, that there should not be any ambiguity, duplication, even any kind of superfluous statement like erroneous statement, we can say inconsistencies, right? Or anything got omit, something got missed. You need to notice that. Is there any problem available in the document? Even identify the feature and set of feature to be tested, defining some priorities for the test condition, because as per the relation, we can prepare different scenarios. So structure, you need to focus on functional, non-functional, some structural characteristics. If you aware about programming, some internal coding characteristics also, based on that, you can write your scenarios. So the business, technical factors and level of risk, we generally notice while writing scenario. That's the point they have mentioned. Again, this is capturing bi-directional traceability between each element of the test basis and their associated test condition. Traceability is relation, guys. There could be possibility one-to-one relation, right? There could be possibility one to many, yes. Or there could be possibility many to one or many to many, yes. This is how the relation we need to focus. So one requirement or one particular scenario, possible one requirement but many scenario, many requirement one scenario, or there is a possibility many requirement and many scenarios too. So relation, it must be bidirectional and it depends on that functionality. So this is the guideline that how the tester follows to prepare scenarios. Only one key point you need to refer here, that is what is test basis. Because on this also you will be getting question in ISTQB. Sometimes they might ask you some kind of like, okay, while testing the application or while fixing the defect or while accepting the delivery of the application, what could be the test basis user will follow? So absolutely, user will follow user requirement only. And based on that, user will accept the delivery of the product. So user requirement is what? Basis for that user while accepting the delivery. Similarly, while preparing test cases and scenario, requirement, design document, architectural document, somewhere code document, these are the basis. The basis are nothing but knowledge of body of knowledge used for the basis for that test analysis or design. Nothing but reference work or reference document in a simple word. After that, you can continue with your design process. You are already aware how to prepare test cases. In ISTQB, they will not ask you any question related to prepare test cases and all. That is what you need to learn in manual testing. So just you need to focus how we can design and prioritize our work. So test cases also, first start with always critical functionality. Then you can, prepare some other functionalities too. Then identify the necessary data, somewhere design your environment designing is also important, that what design we need, right, for execution. So that setup is also important to be validated, correct. So design the environment, identify any infrastructure tool is required. So already this detail will be there in the plan, but still while designing, tester can also do these things, right. Okay, Soumya Ranjan. Test basis is all about a reference document, you can say. Like somewhere we can just refer a plan document, we need a requirement document, we need a design document to prepare test cases. So I can say for a tester, requirement document, plan document, design document, code document, these are the basis. So basis in term, simple term, it is a reference document. Okay, so developer use what, requirement and design. Based on that, developer develop the code, something like that. The basis for that work is nothing but that document, that body of knowledge which you are referring to complete that task. Got it? Yes. So as a tester, yes, capture the traceability between the documents like basis and the condition, test cases and the procedure. That is also important. Okay, test case and test procedure, what is the difference? Test case is a full process. You'll be writing that, okay, fine, what ID, what objective, precondition, expected result, steps to be followed, and the actual result and the status. Procedure is what? Which steps you are following to complete that activity. Okay, so steps to be followed, nothing but the procedure. In terms of automation, when you convert these procedures in terms of script, that's called automation script. Okay, so designing is a process which is done by the tester, and here you are responsible to do this kind of activity. So in general, in manual testing, what we have learned, scenario writing, test case writing, again you are responsible to prepare test data and your RTM, requirement traceability matrix. Similarly, here we do the same task. These are the tasks defined by the ISTQB. Now, in implementation, where we can check the environment readiness. So let's say you are the executor, because here the course or this entire foundation level, they have defined with the different people, manager, test designer, and test executor. So test executor is responsible to execute the test case. But before executor, he or she need to make sure that environment is ready. If environment is ready, then only executor can go for execution. So in general, what major activities tester need to validate here in the implementation? See, developing and prioritizing procedures, potentially creating automation script. As I told you, somewhere it is necessary that for certain feature, we need to always follow automation. So that script must be ready. Before execution, script must be ready. So script writing, simple word. Script writing is also work which is done in the implementation phase before execution. Somewhere creating a suit from the test procedure or for any automation script means collection of test cases need to be prepared. Verify that your setup is ready, application is ready from the developer side, tester is ready with the test data, tester is ready with test cases, whatever hardware software environment you need for execution, any tool you need for execution, that is ready. That readiness of environment, it's actually implementation phase. See that. Arranging suit while execution. So yes, you can do priority now. Within a 1 hour, how many test cases you are able to run or which test case you will complete first. So there come priority into picture. Means based on the critical module, you need to schedule the test case for execution. Somewhere there is a dependency. So guys, if R1 is completely depend on, let's say R3, if R1 is completely depend on R3, then what is the process? We need to very first test R3 and then we can test this R1 if there is a dependency in that way. Okay, that this is a module which is depend on R3 module, or let's say R3 is depend on R1. If R1 is not completed, you will not complete R3. In that case, dependent module, okay, before that, whatever is dependency, that main module we have to test first, then we can go for that dependent module. So the point is what? Scheduling you can do for execution. Okay. Some high dependency, medium dependency, based on that we can go for execution. So building the environment, like including everything, like including potentially test harness, any service virtualization, simulators, infrastructure. So what is this now? See, whenever, if any environment is ready, we can use that real environment. Somewhere if environment is not ready. Example, I'm doing mobile application testing and I want to test any iPhone 15 latest version I want to test. Obviously, if the physical environment is not available, means that device I'm not having. How then I can continue with my testing process? In that case, we have a solutions. Virtualization means somewhere we can use emulator, simulator for the testing. When it comes to the iPhone, we can use simulators. So simulators is nothing but some kind of, we can say, dummy environment, some kind of temporary environment where you can test the functionality, but it is, replica of your original environment. That's called simulation. So somewhere we can use simulators, virtualization, somewhere we can follow if environment is not available. Like a grid. Okay, if in the grid, like Selenium grid, you can test your application on multiple browser, multiple platform. But what if platform is not available with you? In that case, instead of physical setup, we can do virtualization. We can use Docker. We can use standalone setup and we can complete our execution. So possible. Even what is test harness? Guys, somewhere technically it is mentioned that process of stub and driver creation while testing that module. So if you remember, stub driver means what? These are the temporary code which is prepared by the developer, and it is a actually these modules get implemented while integration testing approaches, top down, bottom up approach, right? So any external environment you need, basically, any hardware support, any kind of software support, right? So that dummy environment, if the original environment is not ready, we can test, we can complete our execution with that dummy. And that is again possible. But you need to make sure that environment must be ready. Okay, so one question, can we get this dummy environment in the real-time testing before app get ready? Yes, absolutely, Nirmala. So whenever application get ready before execution, you need to make sure that your environment must be ready. So suppose somewhere what happened, your application ready, test cases are ready, but environment is not ready. You need to wait till the environment get ready. And then you can proceed with the testing, action or testing activity. So definitely implementation is an environment setup, but yes, you need to make sure that sometimes it can be physical environment or sometimes it can be, you know, virtual environment. Okay, so preparing your test data, ensuring data is properly loaded, okay, properly loaded in that test environment. That is also what implementation phase. So in short, you can remember it's all about, before execution, whatever necessary environment it is, it should be ready. Okay, and what is next? Test execution. So this is already you are aware. In test execution, executor is expected what? Or executor is required to run our test cases on that real software or on that simulated environment. And then if something got not match as per the customer expectation, that executor can simple mention the status for the test case, that it is pass, fail or block. So here, many things again, you can just observe recording IDs, versions of the test item, objects or tool and testware. The term testware. What is testware? Testing related documentation. While execution, it's not only execution process. Tester is responsible to prepare some reports also. Somewhere we need to record the step, how exactly we are doing execution, because after execution only you will notice a defect. So what that defect, it is just for a proof. We can record that whole process. And yes, it is possible. So generally recording of IDs, version, maintaining that versions also, tools and even testware important while execution. Executing test either manually or you can just perform with the help of execution tool. Okay, one more point. In automation, execution tool is nothing but automation tool. I mean in ISTQB. Execution tool means any automation tool you can follow, right? Depends on that type. Comparing actual result versus expected. Yes. Analyzing anomalies to establish their causes. So whatever defects, whatever failure you will notice, that you can define and observe here. Okay. Example for testware, Ujwala, you can take any testing related document like test case document, defect report, you can take summary report, you can take example of execution. Now we do execution, we then prepare execution report. All the testing related document is called testware. But in general, documents from every phases are called work product, right? Work product, deliverable, artifacts. These are the terms used by ISTQB. But for testing related, only specific to testing, those documents you can talk about testware. Fine. Then guys, reporting defect. Whenever you execute, whatever defect you will notice, report that. Logging the outcome. See, either it will be pass, fail or block. And even repeating test activity, either those result of action taken for anomaly or as a part of planned testing. So somewhere what happened in the execution, whatever action you simply follow, somewhere you are confirming it, re-executing the step, somewhere you are testing or modifying the step, and after that we are checking the side effect. So all these things comes under execution. So generally what happen, repeating some test activity. So either you can see for execution for corrected test, execution for confirmation testing. Okay, in ISTQB you can note down one more point, confirmation testing. It is nothing but retesting what we do in manual testing. Remember, so retesting, it is nothing but confirmation testing. And regression, you are already aware, checking the side effect of any change action, right? So whenever there is a modification in the software, adding something, updating something, deleting something, modifying something, whatever it is, we always have to go for regression testing. So this is what again a part of execution. So somewhere we do repeat execution also. And yes, verifying, updating the traceability between the documents and your process. That is again majorly role performed by executor. After execution, we have a last step to be followed, that is completion. It's all about the closure. So how the process get closed? Absolutely. The depot, reports, summary report, execution, everything should be ready. Somewhere whatever report you prepared here in the last phase, those report you use for the process improvement. So it is important, right? Then what is important to be focused in this phase, somewhere test completion means you found certain defect, you raise it, you log it to the developer, right, in the defect report format. Developer has to fix it, but after fixing it is making sure that all open defect got closed. Then only we can stop testing, we can close testing process. So this is all about the closure, where you can perform reports are entire defect reports are closed or not. Entering to change request possibility. If you found any change request, that change request we have resolved, completed, and then only we can stop the entire process. So yes, product backlog items are completely, completed, or is there any defect remain still in the process? You need to check that. Otherwise, you are not able to complete the process. So creating some summary report, creating and finalizing some environment. See, finalizing and archiving some environment, test data, test infrastructure, or other testware for the later use. Possible now. Whatever you use in current test, you need it for next project, similar kind of project. So archiving those things are nothing but test completion. Handling over testware to the maintenance team, somewhere we can share our test cases and all to the client also. So handling over your documents to other team member, other project stakeholders, right? It could be again, then who could be benefit, okay, who could benefit from that particular document, you can share with those people. And even analyze the lesson learned, because it is the last step. When you complete the process, you whatever you will learn here, you can implement or you can improve that process next time for next project, for next cycle. So basically whatever information gathered, we can improve or we can use it for process improvement. And that is again called, completion process. So testing life cycle, as per the ISTQB, they have mentioned 7 phases. Okay. After that, they have mentioned that what is the relation between test basis and work product. The first point, in a simple word, basis is nothing but reference document. Based on that, we are completing certain process. Work product means any document any document which is developed as per that development cycle. So requirement document, plan document, your URS, BRS, FRS, right? High level document, test case document, everything comes under a work product only. But only specific to testing if they ask, then you have to mention it is a testware. So now you can see, in addition to evaluation of the coverage or good traceability, you need to analyze what type of document. So first of all, you need to analyze impact of the change. Possible if there is an impact or there is a change occur in your software application, customer got added some new feature or something change request you are getting, then absolutely you need to verify the impact. Even making testing auditable, meeting IT governance criteria, whatever it is defined, improving or understanding some progress report, summary report, basis, see the basis example, right? Somebody asked requirement, okay, requirement that pass their test, requirement that fail, or requirement that have pending still. Those are the basis. Even providing information to assess product quality or process capability or project progress against the entire goal. So basically, relation between the work product and basis we can follow for a complete progress of the project, right? And then last topic from the first module, psychology of a testing. Guys, every human being, they have a different, different mindset. Their objective is different, right? Their workload, their profile, everything is different. But the basic psychology when we talk about in terms of testing, you need to just understand, yes, relationship is important in IT, right? Everybody, developer, tester, even manager, higher authority, you need to balance everybody within your team. But when we start testing or with respect to testing, very frequently we have a communication between developer, tester, even we have a communication with our higher authority. So you need to be very very diplomatic, you need to be very very clear whenever you are discussing certain points with your team or with your management. So basically, basic rule, what the ISTQB or what we are expecting in the IT, tester and test manager need to be have a good interpersonal skill, right? To be able to communicate effectively about defect, failure, test result, or test progress, right? Risk, or they need to build positive relationship with their colleagues. That's the first rule that you need to follow. Okay, the ways of communication, it could be different, but see, start collaboration or with start collaboration rather battle, right? So in agile, do collaborative work. Okay, don't argue anything, rather that understand the point. Okay, understand the mindset, understand the feelings, we can say, and based on that you can start work, right? Working, again you can just observe that we don't need to do any battle over there. To collaborative work, remind everyone have a common goal, even everybody is responsible to develop, design, or test quality work only. So emphasize on the benefits of testing, focus on the testing principle guideline, you will get a help. For organization level, definitely whenever organization they develop software application, the teams are identifying defect, developer fixing it, automatically quality get increase. So yes, organization defects or any kind of, the process which is beneficial for organization, that is also again a beneficial for you. Even communicate for analysis result, any kind of neutral or fact focus way without, you know criticizing that person. You need to just identify or understand the issues and you can make the solution, you can identify the solution too, right? So depends on situation, you need to simple behave and work. So this is basic psychology, you need to focus and follow. Try to understand how the other person feel, the reason they may react negatively to the information, right? Confirm that what other person has understood and has been said, and vice versa. So generally you need to work very very diplomatically, but very frequently we have a communication with a developer and tester. So let's understand what are the mindset. Both are having a different mindset, guys. Developer and tester often think differently, that's true. Primary objective is what? Developing. Developer primary objective is what? Development of design, build, product. And the objective of testing include verifying, validating the product, finding defect, and finding defect to period to release, and so forth, right? So we are responsible to test the application, identify defect, ask a developer to fix it, then developer fix it, and we got a quality application. But developer is responsible to develop quality application. These are the different set of objectives and which require different mindset. So obviously bringing these mindset together, which helps achieve higher level of product quality, right? So whenever you work with respect to, or whenever you work collaboratively, definitely you will increase quality of the product. The mindset reflects your individual assumptions, guys, right? And perform methods for decision making and even problem solving. But both are differently thinking, both are doing different work, but still the objective remains same. Both are expected to deliver a quality product only. So based on the psychology, tester mindset is different. They have generally tester mindset should include curiosity, a critical eye, attention to detail, because we are expecting to identify the requirement, understand the requirement, and test that application. Even motivate for good and positive communication relationship. Even tester mindset tends to grow and mature the tester gain experience. Whatever you have gained in the process, definitely you can implement the same, right? So your mindset is totally different. Similarly, developer mindset, their work totally different. So here developer is responsible. See, their mindset may include some of the element of tester mindset, but successful developer are often more interested in designing and building the solution than in complete, we can say contempting or what may wrong of those solution. Generally, developer develop the application, right? But they don't think, okay, where comes defect or where will be the defect or after what action that software might raise a defect, right? So generally mindsets and their working process is totally different. That's the reason. We need to work collaboratively with tester, developer, or within your team. Whatever team it is, you need to work collaboratively. So that is what a psychology of a testing. It is defined by ISTQB. And yes, in addition, confirmation bias can be there. So it is difficult to find the mistakes in their own work. Yeah, I have asked this question, right? Why developer have a difficulty to find defects in their own work? Because whenever like somebody is simply explaining to you that you are wrong, it is very difficult to get that point. Okay, that why, how come I am wrong, something like that. But same thing, that's a human tendency, we can say. But this is how the mindsets are different, and that's the reason even though developer develop the application, but they are not able to identify defect. They are not able to think what tester point of view, or with respect to user point of how and where the defect can raise and where can software get fail. That's the reason both are personalities, both are entities which are different. And here comes psychology of testing. One note for you that different software application, different software development lifecycle model have a different ways organizing tester and test activity. Do remember that, because we'll be learning that waterfall your role is different, in V model role is different, and in agile completely role is different. Having some test of activities done by independent tester increase defect detection effectiveness, which is particularly important for large and complex, critical, some safety critical system. So we have independent tester in our work, right? Independent tester, they will help you to test that functionality or that particular specialized tester also we are having to test some non-functional activity. So where they will help you to identify on that defects on that complex application or from that complex requirement. So independent testing brings perspective which is different than the work or that the work product author. Yes. So whenever any requirement document test by the BA, the mindset is different, right? But whenever the same requirement document test by us as an independent tester, definitely you will able to notice certain defect which is not noticed by that author. So who is the author? Author means the person who designed that document. Remember. So that's the reason. Business analyst, product owner, designer, programmer, these are the author. And since they have different, cognitive biases from their authors, so generally they are not able to notice the problems, issues in their own work. But as a tester, we can think differently with differently or different with respect to user perspective. So definitely you'll be able to notice the defect. And so this is the point for psychology of a testing. Okay, Now be ready for sample questions from ISTQB. So guys, what you need to do, observe the question, check the options, and you need to write a correct answer in the chat box, whatever you think based on this complete one module. Which of the following activity that remove the cause of the failure? Think properly. We have learned defect, the failure and the what is exactly effect and root cause. So testing, dynamic testing, debugging or reverse engineering. What you need to do is write your answers in the chat box as per your understanding. Do not worry, it might be wrong, that's okay, but please focus. Which of the following activity that remove the cause of the failure? Quickly, I got only result from Gurudev Aparna. What about others? That's okay. That's okay. Even though it is a wrong, next time you need to try properly, okay? Nirmala, very simple question. What of the following activity that remove the cause of the failure? Cause of the failure means if something got fail, which is noticed by the customer, which activity you can follow? Testing you are going to follow, dynamic you are going to follow, or debugging you are going to follow. I mean, anything if you want to remove, it is responsibility of a developer, correct? So guys, testing never help you to remove the cause of that particular failure. The correct answer here, it is a debugging. Absolutely. C is the correct answer. Those have not tried, no problem at all. Those are simple feeling it's a wrong or maybe wrong answer you have given. No problem at all. Next time you need to understand, go through the document once again and you will get to know that. Okay, so debugging is the correct answer. Absolutely. Next question. As a tester, which of the following is a key to effectively communicate and maintaining positive relationship with the developer? Okay, where there is a disagreement over a prioritization of a defect. So what do you think? Escalate the issue to human resource or stress importance to the mutual respect, or communicate in the setting with the senior management and to ensure everybody to understood, or convince the developer to accept the blame, or remind them a common goal of creating quality system. So basically, if sometimes in your team you got any issue, so what you will do? Raise that point to the management, or you will handle it in your own way. Like you can just remind them that everybody having a common goal. Very nice. So many people they have answered the same. Option D is the correct answer. Very good. Try this next. When the tester verify test basis while designing test early in the life cycle, which common test objective is being achieved? Everybody focus. When tester verify the test basis while designing the test early in the life cycle, which common test objective is being achieved? Gaining confidence, finding defect, preventing defect, or providing information or for decision making? If you start early testing based on the basis, whatever it is, we have a very common objective. Think properly. Early testing, what is the main common objective you will be having? Yeah, all some see in ISTQB, some of the questions, options, you might think it is similar and even it is true, but you need to answer the relevant one. What do you think? Which is 100% match with your question? See, if you tester verify the test basis while designing the test early in the life cycle, we have a common goal that's preventing the defect. Finding will do, but very first, what we need to do, prevent the defect. We are starting early in the life cycle because the correct answer is preventing. See, somewhere just notice. If you observe this kind of question, prevention, gaining confidence, identification, fixing, the very first tester always try for prevention. Then tester identify it and then tester make sure that quality is increased or not. So gaining confidence come at the third level. Okay, so very first we are make suring that defects are simple, preventing. Yes. The correct answer is C. Okay, next question. In what way does does the root cause analysis contribute to process improvement? What do you think? It helps to better identify and correct the root causes of defect, outline how development team can code faster, or specify desired root causes to be achieved by other team, or contribute to justification of future project funding. Sorry. Yes. What do you think? Very nice. Okay, let's the other team or other people try. Okay, many of the answers given, right? Very good. So definitely it is A. Yes, absolutely. It helps to better identify and correct the root cause for that defect. Very good. Try this. Why it is important to avoid pesticide paradox. So dynamic testing is less reliable in finding bugs, or pesticide mixed with static testing can allow the bugs, or test should not be context dependent, or running the same test over and over will reduce chance of finding new defect. It's very straightforward answer. Pesticide paradox we need to avoid by repeating the test cases. So absolutely D is the correct answer. Very good. Try this next. What is test basis? Now let me check. Who is remember with this question? The definition point. What is test basis? Read all the option and tell me what is test basis. The point during which software development when it should start, or when testing should start, or it is a body of a knowledge used for test analysis, or it is source of determine or source to determine actual result from the set of test, or method used systematically to devise the test condition. Absolutely the correct answer is here. It's a B. Remember, it's a body of knowledge used for test analysis and the design. And this definition I have already given. Okay. So source to determine CCC. Okay, Chandrasekhar. Source to determine the actual result from the set of tests. It is not basis. Basically, what you are doing here for this is the execution process. That actual result we are executing through the software. The software is not a test basis. Reference document is test basis. So here they have given the reference part, but actual concept is what? Document. Body of a knowledge, whatever body of a knowledge it is which you are using to analyze or design, that is called test basis. Okay. Try this next. Oh, so sorry. For this question, okay, let me explain now. Already answer you know. Which of the following is example of failure in a car cruise control system? So first question is what? You tell me what is this? It's a error, defect, bug, or a failure. You tell me, okay? Developer of the system forgot to rename variable after cut paste operation. What is this? Error or defect or failure? If developer is doing certain mistake, human mistake, what we called? No. What I'm asking everybody, already I have shown the answer by mistakenly. So I'm asking you different question now. Whatever examples they have given, we need to identify failure answer, right? But my question is what? First option is what? It comes under error or failure? Yes, very nice. It is error. How come failure, Nirmala? It's a error. Any human mistake, it is error. Okay. Unnecessary code that sound alarm when, just a minute, when reversing was included in the system. What is this? Unnecessary code you found. You notice that unnecessary code, and because of that we are getting certain issue. That's again unnecessary code is written means error. Okay. What is this? C. The system stop maintaining a set speed when the radio volume increase and decrease. So what is this? Some action when user is performing, user is actually doing radio work. Radio sound is increasing, decreasing. But at that point, system that it stops to maintain that speed. That speedometer is getting simply broke at that point, or something related to what? We can say we are getting some issue. Always remember, as I told you, something is noticed by the end user, that is failure. Here in this example, correct answer is option C, which is a failure. How come it is defect? See what is written in the question, I mean option. System stop maintaining the speed when the radio volume is increase and decrease. So it is noticed by the user. Generally, whenever user is performing any speed, or sorry, volume increase or decrease, at that time system is getting failed. So this is a result or example of failure. Even if you are not sure, check all the option first. In ISTQB simple trick, somewhere you feel all options are true, read question, get or understand all the option and then decide. See, the design specification of the system wrongly states speed. What is this? Hmm? The design specification for the system wrongly states speed. This is example of defect, guys. Design specification means this is the problem available in requirement. They have mentioned some speed which is wrong. So that is a requirement related defect, we can say. Okay, this is not any human action. Yeah, error is somewhere related to what you know. Yes, it is defect, correct. It is bug, correct. So error is something which is done by the human, somewhere related to program. Then you can notice as a error. But something which is impacting on some feature, okay, because of some action, that's nothing but what? Your failure. Remember that. And something which is wrong, which is not match your expectation, that is what the defect. So for this example, correct answer is example for, failure. It's nothing but what? C option. Option C is the correct answer. Okay, try next. Which of the following is a correct statement? Okay, now it's for you. Developer makes mistake which cause defect and that may seen as failure during dynamic testing. Second, developer makes an error which results in the failure and that may be seen as a fault when software is executed. Third, developer has introduced failure in result, a defect has or defect that may seen as a mistake during dynamic testing, or developer make mistake which cause a bug and which may seen as a defect when software is executed. What do you think? Which option is the correct? Developer makes a mistake. Many people says D. Developer makes a mistake which cause a bug and that may arises as a defect when software is executed. Actual answer is wrong. See, just a minute. Correct answer is A, guys. How come B? How come D? Focus. What is the process? Okay. We have learned the defect, error, and failure relation. Okay. Whenever there is an error, which is done by the developer usually, it causes for what? Failure or sorry, fault. And what is fault means it's all about defect or you can call it as bug. And then finally, whenever you execute that software or run it, that means you're executing it. Okay, so that was fault always caused to the failure. So as per this particular process, here, this is not a correct answer. Many people have written D. Developer makes mistake which cause a bug and that may seen as a defect when software is executed. No, the bug and defect it at same level. So it is a wrong answer. What is the question? What is the correct statement? So you need to just focus on this. Developer makes mistakes which cause a defect in that software and which may seem as a failure during dynamic testing. So when you do dynamic testing, Nirmala, simple answer, bug defect both are same. In ISTQB, as I mentioned already, they don't mention defect at a what level we call it as defect, at what level we call it as bug. They simply mention that bug is a synonym term for the defect. So this statement is wrong as per the ISTQB because they mention that bug is a synonym only for a defect. So whenever developer make mistake, whatever you found, that is your main defect. And if the defect is not get resolved, it will simple create a failure. So the correct option is A here, not D. Many people have mentioned D. Some people mention B, which is absolutely wrong. Developer makes error. That's okay. Developer makes an error, then in that may not result in failure directly. First of all, it will observe by the defects and then finally it will be noticed by the user. Then you can say it is a failure. So option B, option D is not correct. In this case, correct answer is A. And that's the reason it is international level certification. So you need to stick to the point and stick to the keywords, words, flow, whatever it is given. Okay, fine. Try this. Now, the question is what? We have certain tasks. Okay, we need to just match the task. Like what correct option it is. What is test design? From which 1, 2, 3, 4, which task is comes under test design? Test implementation, which task comes under implementation? What is execution? What is completion? Can you try? After ABCD, which option is correct? Okay, one point. One more trick I want to explain. So, anyways, you have only 1 minute. I mean, 60 minutes to cover 40 questions. So, my simple, explanation to you what? Guys, sometimes if this kind of questions, if there, please focus on the option. As per the option, whatever it is giving, based on that, start observing your output. So you can see here it is mentioned A, B for A is equal to 2 means A is 2. Compare with that. Is it really? Test design means identifying test data to support test cases. What is given in next? A is equal to 3 also given. Prioritizing the procedure and creating test data. So based on these options, you need to think. Okay, based on this option given, you need to think which one is the correct answer. Okay, first try. What is given for B? Check that. B is test implementation. And there comes, we do what usually in B? We can say environment change or environment related setups we can do, right? Execution and completion. Okay, so now I'm getting many questions. I mean, options here, different options. Focus, everybody. Try this. Okay. Test design. Entering change requests to open defect, identifying test data to support test cases, prioritize procedure and creating test data. So prioritize procedures and creating test data and analyzing discrepancies and their causes. Okay, what is this? This is all about the execution. Okay, so see this. Actual correct answer is this, guys. As per the process, whatever we have learned, what is the correct answer? It's not B, it's not D. Focus here. Correct answer is this. How come? Whenever A test design phase, we actually doing, okay, as per the D, what you have noticed? 3. Prioritizing procedure, creating test data. No. It's actually work which is designed for, uh, you know, they have defined for implementation. Correct now? Yes. It's a implementation, environment setup, prioritizing the work and creating test data. But identifying test data to support test cases, that is what your design process. Now we do designing means test case writing. So first is test design, correct answer is 2. Test implementation, correct answer is 3. Now tell me for execution and completion. In completion, if you are getting any change, completion means closure. So obviously analyzing discrepancies and their causes means execution process. So here the C come 4 and here the last step is A. That means test completion is first, entering change request for open defect. So why this is happening? Because you are first time understanding the ISTQB process. That's okay. But some terms only you need to remember. This is how the process goes on. And questioning will be like this. So you need to stick to the point. Okay, why the question A is given? Because these points they have mentioned already. That what is prioritizing or what is this implementation phase, what we can do. You might get different option. But this is how you need to answer. Fine. Okay, that's okay. You are doing first time. You can again go through the questions and check the correct answer. Okay, can you try this? See, very simple scenario. Mr. Test has been testing software application for mobile application device for period of 5 years. And he has wealth of experience in testing mobile application device or achieves better result in shorter time. Over a several months, Mr. Test did not modify any existing automated test case, did not create any new test case. So this leads fewer and fewer defects being found by executing these tests. So what principle Mr. Test not observe? Very simple. Can you try? Exactly. It's all about be aware of pesticide paradox. So yes, absolutely correct answer is C. Very good. Okay, the few questions only you are not able to answer. That's okay. That area you can again check. Fine, but this is how the first module we have completed for ISTQB. Now, guys, let me show you some other module. So in chapter number 2, it's all about, okay, I will be sharing this document because I know that in short time frame, it is not possible to cover, but it's based on the manual testing only. So you need to go through this documentation, right? And still you have any doubt, any clarity you want, definitely we will discuss on that. The first point, what is available in this second chapter, second module, development cycle, which you already aware. You know different approaches for development, sequential and incremental. So sequential means what? One by one phases proceed their work, right? After one phase only we can proceed with the next phase. Then only based on their deliverable, based on their documents, next phase of the life cycle will begin, right? And the most common example of methodology which comes under sequential, that is waterfall, and second one is V methodology. In incremental approach, they don't go more for more depth in agile and all. So there is no question related to agile, but still you should know that what incremental it is. Means instead of developing all the requirements together like a waterfall, if you have a 10 requirement, all requirements we design, we develop, we test, and finally we release. But in incremental, the set of requirement get divided into multiple chunks, and then part by part, sprint by sprint, those requirements get implemented. So in this chapter they have mentioned the same thing: development life cycles, levels and the types, and even maintenance testing. So first of all, different levels means component testing, integration testing, and your system testing, and we have acceptance testing. Types are again categorized into four different ways. Means change-based testing types are different, functional, non-functional are different. White box testing, somewhere related to code. We follow technique white box testing, black box testing. That is again related to method. That is different. And then they have mentioned one more type. It's all about experience based. So these types they have mentioned in this chapter. Okay. And last is maintenance testing. Why the tester or why the application goes to maintenance phase? What are the trigger point for that? So that only we need to learn. So for this chapter, hardly 5 questions you'll be getting. The key points for these chapters are what? Development cycle, it should be very clear and you are already aware. Process of developing a software application by following different phases, right? So design, develop and test high quality application is possible using development cycle. So for development cycle, we have 6 different phases again: requirement gathering analysis, design, development, testing, deployment, and the maintenance. But there are two approaches: sequential and iterative and incremental approach. The common life cycle that we follow for incremental, that is agile, correct? But sequential, we have what? To remember, waterfall and V model. You need to remember both are sequential only. So the point, so for development testing, what's the relation? Nowadays, what is the trend? You can follow any methodology. You should stick to the principle, guys. Follow the rule. We should start testing right from the requirement. We should continue till the release. But previous approach was different in waterfall, right? Testing always start late. But nowadays, even though you are using waterfall, agile, V, whatever methodology it is, you should start testing right from the requirement. So those points they have mentioned. What are the good characteristics for good testing? For every development activity, there should be corresponding. So that's the reason for every step we can do testing. For each test level, test objective is specific to that level. Means whenever you are doing static testing, objective is different. You are not able to run the software, execute the software. Whenever you are doing dynamic testing, the objective is different. Testing is divided into 4 levels because every level having a different objective. Unit testing means developer responsible for unit testing. Smallest code of the software application get tested by the developer, right? But whenever that module get integrated, in integration testing, code get merged by developer and it tested by tester. So integration focuses on what? Relation between the module. Unit testing focuses on what? That means in ISTQB component testing. Focuses on what? Functionality of that module. Third level, we have a system testing. It is a process where we can test functional, non-functional requirement of the software. The main focus is what? Your application functionality must be, proper. Even quality attribute must be increased or must be, proper. So both, every level having a different objective. User acceptance. Whenever they test any software application, they need to focus on not only software, but the document, contracts, whatever the alpha beta testing we can say, right? Platform on the environment, within environment, alpha testing, within their user platform, beta testing. This kind of environment and this kind of testing is again important. So every level having a specific objective. Yes, true. Test analysis and design, given test level being during the corresponding development activity. So yes, analysis and design phase, whatever we understood, whatever we understand from the requirement and plan, based on that only you can continue your design process. Scenario, test cases, you will be writing based on the understanding of the requirement. And yes, tester participant in the discussion to define, refine requirement, design are involved in the reviewing work that is related to your product. Basically, requirement, design, user story as soon as draft available. So it is important to review the document. So how we can review? Whenever you will get a draft from that respective team member, you can start reviewing that document. So do remember, for review purpose, we need very first draft. We can't directly review the document, guys. If you're reviewing the main document, what is the use of that? So developer or BA will prepare a draft, and then based on draft, we can start testing. So in this module, they have mentioned that what is waterfall. And this is already you guys are aware. Waterfall is a linear sequential approach where phases are rigid. One after another, the phases proceed and they complete their task. There is no turning back in waterfall. Technically, testing start late in the waterfall development cycle. Okay. What about V? V model, it is completely based on the waterfall only. It is developed for a waterfall, or we can say based on a waterfall. It is very rigid. But the plus point in V is what? For every development phase, we can do testing. So whenever you have requirement, you can review that. So it's a basic V which we have already covered in manual, but many people are new. So let me explain. In V, we have a development life cycle. Let's say requirement. Then based on the requirement or user requirement, you will get system requirement. Then you will get high level design. Then you will get low level design, right? And finally, developer can develop the code. So in V model, whatever the phases we have from the development side, at every phase here, based on their documents, we can review the document. So here comes verification into picture. It is also called as static testing. Why? Because here we are not executing anything. We are just verifying the document. But after code, at this time, okay, after code development, at code level, we can do code analysis. I mean, code review will happen. And after that, at unit testing, I mean, at lower layer of design, based on that lower layer document, okay, here developer performs unit testing. So in ISTQB, it is called component now, component testing. So where every module get tested here separately, independently, or in isolation. Integration based on high level. So here come integration into picture. Integration means two or more module, they simply combine together and we can check relation between them. Third is a system testing, where complete software application for its functional and non-functional we test. Okay. And the last is what? Where the based on user requirement, user acceptance testing. Okay, this is the last level. So basically in V model, for every development phase, we have a testing phase available. So it is very special. In entire life cycle, V is the only one model which emphasizes testing importance more than other functionality, or we can say other module or other methodology. That's the reason V is important. So they have mentioned only waterfall and V methodology for study. So V model include the test level associated with every development phase. Same explanation, guys. And because of we can prevent the defect, we can start testing early in the life cycle, we can identify defect early, even we could fix the defect early. So automatically cost and time getting, simply reduce. So here we are able to maintain the entire efforts also. So V and waterfall is available for study in this second module. What is next? How the software development lifecycle models in the context. So basically, guys, whenever we have a smaller application to be implemented, application requirements are stable, we always go with waterfall or V methodology. But something in terms of increments, like something that customer can change somewhere in the life cycle, in that case, we can only go for what? Incremental approach. Today's environment is for completely, I mean, today's IT world is for agile. So agile development, we generally follow to develop application as per the requirement of the customer. Faster development is possible because of agile, because we develop a software in multiple sprint, in multiple iteration. So iterative and incremental approach means what? Instead of developing all requirements together, we broken down those requirements into multiple sprint, multiple iteration. And iteration wise iteration, we design, develop that software application. So here, every software development methodology, it got selected based on their project or product characteristics. So who will select? Higher authority. But how they select? Need of the requirement or complete requirement for that product and project based on that. So you need a stable application where the requirement will be stable. It will be not changing again and again. They select waterfall in that case, V in that case, but somewhere if the requirement might get changed by the customer every time as per the need of the market, definitely they select agile. So which methodology to be select for a project, it depends on that project characteristics only. That's the point they have mentioned here. So the appropriate development model to be selected and adapted based on their goal of the project. Time to market, okay, within how much days, how much time. It's like in after every certain time period we are releasing, then that is called incremental. So there come agile into picture. But in the ISTQB, for this syllabus, you don't need to work or learn many depth concept for agile. It's only overview they have given. That agile is a methodology where we have a scrum framework to be followed. And using scrum, you guys are able to collaboratively work together and you can complete that development testing process. That's only one point. And then they have given the levels, which are again, we have 4 levels for study. As I mentioned, component is all about unit testing, integration, system, and acceptance testing. Guys, only key point, because this chapter having 5 only weightage. Weightage wise, you need to understand the topic. First module is very important. Focus on defect, root cause, effects. What are those, right? What is verification, validation, static, dynamic? That point you need to focus very well. And the type, okay, what is exactly design phase, planning phase, implementation phase? Focus on that part. That is enough. In levels, here you need to understand different level. What are the different documents or metrics they design that you need to observe. So component testing, the main part is what? It is a process where developer can develop the smallest part of the application and they test it in isolation. Then it is called component testing. Same points they have mentioned. It is a process of testing component of the software in isolation. Means independent testing is happening and it is done by the developer. Make sure that, remember that, okay? Component testing is also referred as module, code, structure, program, or function or unit testing. So it's the same. Unit testing responsibility is always by the developer. But in some cases in Agile, tester can also do. But you just need to remember main point. So component testing, what they cover? Absolutely, they cover the functionality, correctness in the calculation, non-functional characteristics, somewhere like searching, memory leak issues in the code or in the software, and somewhere they can check structural properties also, like decision testing, right? So guys, mainly, what is this? It's a code-related testing. So absolutely in terms of method, we can do white box testing for code. Yeah, I hope you are aware about the white box, right? Still, I'm covering that. But still, what is white box testing? It is a technique which is also followed by the developer. They test software and how software works internally. So here actually they focus on the code, right? So white box testing, it is a structural approach. Here somewhere they need to check that whenever we use this application, is there any memory leak issue? It is impacting on some memory of the software or hardware. That is also you need to focus. Then it comes under non-functional. But major focus we follow only on a functional part. The unit, smallest unit is working fine or not, that we can test. So if you remember, like in manual testing, I have mentioned that ISTQB defines that for every level, you can do functional, non-functional. At every level, you can do black box, white box. The white box is possible only for two level, unit and integration. But black box testing you can do for every level because it is again pass input, test output. So we can do black box testing at every level. Retesting regression also you can do at every level. Do remember that. And again, somewhere experience based testing also we can follow. But these things are common. We do retesting regression, functional, non-functional, and the structural testing, black box, white box, at every level of the software testing. So component testing key point. Testing the component of software in isolation. Responsibility is developer responsibility. They mainly focus on the code. Defect whatever they notice related to code only, right? So typically conducted with the access of code in the form of white box test, and it support development environment only. So key point, what is objective? Reducing risk, see, building confidence, finding defect in the component. So whatever you are doing, it related to that component only. Do remember that. Preventing defect, okay, from escaping to the higher test level. That's the main objective during component testing. Okay, what are the basis? If developer needs to do component testing, what document they refer? They refer component requirement, detailed design, architecture, and the code. Based on that only they can do component testing. Then what is the typical object? Test object, component, unit, code, data structure, database somewhere. Okay, some kind of conversion or migration programs they need during component testing. That what if the component we are simply updated to different platform, how the software will behave? They need to confirm that. Even difficult, whatever defects and failure they notice related to code only, means related to functionality, related to component only. So incorrect functionality, that's the best example. Somewhere flow related problem, like your design problem, architectural problem, or any incorrect code and logic. This kind of problems will be there in component testing. Okay, what is integration? Process of, okay, I'm so sorry, my battery, just a minute. Process of testing and combining two and more module together. And there we can focus on the relation between the module. 2 points you need to remember at this level, everybody. First point, during component testing, okay, during component testing, we focus on that module itself, right? Means developer test only functionality of that module. But after component testing, they need to focus that if they integrate two module together, what is the relation? Okay, so any defect you will find out during integration, that's related to relation, related to interface only, right? So these are the key points. And the main point, who is responsible? Developer, tester, both are responsible. Two types. For every software, multiple module. So integration testing divided into two types. Component level integration and system level integration. System level means where you are testing relation between two different systems. So here we can take many examples, like relation between Amazon and your payment mode, like payment gateway. Maybe you are using UPI. Maybe you are using your, what we can say, credit card. So banking, that application is different, payment gateway is different, and your application Amazon is different. But still both applications able to communicate. So that is what we test during system level integration. Component means same software with respect to its hardware and other component of a software application only. We can validate. Then it comes under component. So for every software, component level is common, but system level, it depends on that application or requirement of that software. So what does integration means? The key point, okay, they don't mention any approaches here. In ISTQB, you don't need to focus on top down, bottom up, stub and driver creation. No need to worry about that. Here you need to only focus types, component and system level, and what integration testing it is. So it is focused on interaction between components and the system. It checks relation interface between component and the system. That's it. What is the objective include? See, guys, almost objective remains same. Every level we are trying to simplify, because whatever defect you notice at that level, similar defect you will not observe in the next level. So reducing risk, verifying functional, non-functional behavior of that software, building confidence in the interface, finding defect, preventing defect, again same, objective remains same. But types, as I mentioned, two types. Remember this in ISTQB for integration. What is first type? Component level. Component level means what? Here we test the interaction between or interface between integrated component of the software. So my software required some database. Okay. My software required some kind of functionality like registration, login. These are what software actual functionality. Software needs certain memory to install. So whenever you test software application with its all the component, whether it is working fine, suppose software is 10 GB only, then 10 GB memory I should have on my machine or in my device, then only I can install properly. So you are testing relation between your software and your actual workspace or your laptop or your device. That's what component level only. Database. You have MySQL. Software also required MySQL to connectivity between software and the database. That is again component level. So component means whenever one software along with its all module, when you test, that is component level. But what does system? Very simple, two different system and their interaction. Here comes API, web services, microservices into picture. What does microservices means? Small services, guys. You know how the application get developed. A very simple example. Let's talk about this Zoom application, right? Suppose we want to develop a Zoom application. So how does Zoom we can develop? Is that mean whatever feature are there in Zoom, all together developer develop? No, right? Very first developer develop the meeting, the how the meeting will start. Okay, mic, that particular video option, then slowly other option, chat option, screen share option, slowly they are going to add. So whenever they are testing independent feature, that component, they are testing with combined feature, that is integration, right? So in integration, here when it comes to the system integration testing, microservices means every service they test separately. That's called microservice. Separately they are testing. Most common example like online store. When you take online store example like search feature, add to cart feature, even payment feature, every service is a separate service. They are going to design small services, and then finally they integrate services together and they check the relation. That is called system level integration. So do remember, in between the two system relation, APIs, microsystems or services, it comes under system level integration. So integration is a process where two or more modules they can combine together, developer merge the code, merge the feature, and then we can go for testing process. Again, in integration, few points to remember. Basis, what are the reference document they follow? So obviously, how they integrate based on requirement, based on architecture. So for very first requirement and architecture document you should have for integration, some sequence diagram, communication protocol, use cases, and some external system or interaction for system level testing. That is also important. Means system level integration testing. So it is important. And what is the test object? So object means what they generally test. So database, subsystem, infrastructure, interface, API, microservice, that they generally test during integration. And typical defect, you can give any example here. Any defect related to relation between the modules and all, that comes under integration testing. Got it? And then guys, generally These are the different points. But again, do remember, this is not, or this type of questions will be not there. It is just for your understanding what integration testing it is. Questions are different. Okay. System testing. Okay, system testing means test the complete application for its functional and non-functional requirement. So here what the point you need to focus, first of all, what is functional? When we test application functionality with respect to functional requirement, so it is functional. Every application is a different. You are doing some calculation. So calculation, that means calculator functionality is totally different. You are doing some online shopping. So online shopping means e-commerce application. Functionality is totally different. Are you getting my point? You want to create an account in a bank. Banking application, financial domain and all, that's totally different. So every application different, their functionalities are different. But in every application, we are expecting common quality attribute. See, application should fast. It should return result fast. Application look and feel should be very easy. Everybody should easily understand or understood that UI. Basically, usability. We are expecting what? Application must be easy to use, easy to understand, easy to access. That's called usability. Okay, application design for Windows platform. That's great. But suppose customer have a requirement that this application should work on Windows. That means application should work on every version of that Windows operating system. And that is called platform. We can say compatibility testing. And in ISTQB, compatibility is a non-functional, which is actually called portability. Do remember the term. The portability testing is nothing but what? Non-functional only. Security comes under non-functional. The functional is different. Non-functional means quality attribute. The system testing, where we can test the complete software application. So it often produces information that used by the stakeholder and makes release decision. Okay, based on the system testing. System testing may also satisfy legal regulatory requirements and the standard. It's a complete application, guys. So whenever full application developed, we need to focus on that entire application, the requirement, everything should be fulfilled. Objective remains same. Reduce risk, identify more defect, gain the confidence, prevent the defect, right? Let's go to the next level then after system testing. But very first, what are the basis? During system testing, system requirement, even functional, non-functional, both requirements are important. Risk analysis report, use cases, some epic stories, it should be very clear. Model, state diagram, system and any user manual, if it is available. It is important as a basis they can follow. Okay, who does system testing? Developer, tester, both. Correct answer is only tester. Here, independent testing team. And for non-functional, we need specialized testing team. Do remember, you should have that skill, performance testing. No fresher can do directly. Security testing, no. We need a specialized team for that. Okay, but you can do functional testing. So what object? Generally, we test application, hardware, software, operating system, system under test, or any configuration relation related data that we can validate during system testing. Objective remains same, but what defect you will notice? Defect related to complete functionality, guys. It could be anything, functional, non-functional, it could be anything. So let me give some example. So incorrect calculation, see unexpected functional or non-functional behavior, or let's say somewhere incorrect control or data flow. Let's say properly, failure in properly or completely carry the end-to-end functionality. Maybe possible your application is not working properly, right? Or somewhere user is not able to complete that full process of buying the product, process of creating account, then again that's a functionality problem, non-functionality problem. User is taking, or it needs lot of time to complete the process. That's again what? A non-functional issue. Something related to production environment. Failure in the system which describe in the system and user manual. So what is expected? It is defined in the user manual. But your application is not working as per the expectation. Then we can just call it as defect and the failures, which we notice during system testing. And system testing, it's a complete third level, right? Whenever it is completed, then only we can go for the last acceptance. Okay, who is responsible to do acceptance? It's not your task. It is responsibility of a end user and the customer. So you might aware only one process. Okay, fine. User will test the application, whether it is working as per his requirement, and then user accept the delivery. But technically in ISTQB, they have mentioned that there are four types of acceptance available. How the end user accept the delivery. So let me explain that. Acceptance testing conducted in real or simulated environment. Yes, because sometimes real environment is not possible for testing. Then we have a virtual or simulated environment where user can test their need, requirement, and business process. Main objective is same: establish the confidence about the quality and validate the system is complete and will work expected. The user will validate whether system match every defined requirement, functional, non-functional, everything. But you know what? There are four types they have mentioned: user acceptance, operational acceptance, contractual regulatory acceptance, and alpha beta. So we have learned only one. What is this? Generally, user acceptance means here the end user and the customers, they are expected to test the software application, whether application working as per his need, requirement or not. Operational means some kind of admin work. Admin user, they are responsible to test the authentication process and all. Contractual and regulatory means what? As I mentioned, that somewhere software is developed as per the government rule, right? So they need to check that. Okay, is it whatever the rule we are expecting to be followed by the software, it is actually implemented or not? And that is comes under contractual or regulatory requirement or acceptance testing. Alpha, beta, okay, just a minute. So alpha beta testing, it's all about where the, you know, they visit the organization and in the real environment they do testing. Okay, whether application is ready for release or not. Somewhere we need to, like in mobile application, it is very common. We need to deploy the application in the live environment or somewhere we do simulated environment and we ask end user to test it. And as per their review updates, we can improve the quality. So these are the four types they have mentioned in ISTQB. But so far we have learned only one type, alpha, beta. That is actually practically common. But the point which is defined by the ISTQB is what? Like you need to understand that not only software, but during that process, user can test other things also. The document, contract, agreement, whatever they did right with the organization, they do test those document also. So these points I have mentioned here. Like user acceptance, it is typically done by the system user and they simple focus on fitness of the software, okay, as per the user in a real or simulated operational environment. They check whether application is working as per their expectation. And the main objective is the same: gaining the confidence about the quality that application fulfill all the need and everything, right? Regulatory or contractual, it's very simple. Whatever contract they simply perform, whatever acceptance criteria they define, they need to check the application as per their acceptance criteria. So here the point is mentioned: acceptance criteria should be defined when the both parties are agree to the contract. Okay, and contractual acceptance testing is performed by the user or by any independent tester. So generally they check the contract in between company and in between the user and is it really fulfill or not. Some kind of government rule, some kind of legal standards or safety regulations need to be followed by the software. So is it really implemented or not? That is also tested by the user. Remember that. What is operational? Here it comes related to admin work. So some kind of access related points, right? Administrator points, they can test here. So generally, admin staff is usually perform simulated production environment, this type of testing. So there they focus on operational aspect that may include testing of backup, restore, installing, uninstalling, upgrading the software, user management, access control and all, right? maintenance of the task, data load and migration task. Somewhere they need to load the data, migrate the data, right? So these points, even security point, performance testing related to that particular software, they generally check by administration staff. And that is called operational acceptance testing. So it's working or not, right? So it is kind of similar production environment, guys. Final testing they do, everything is working on client platform, installation and installation, everything. Then finally they can release the software. So as it is a last level, right? And what is alpha beta? You are already aware. Alpha beta always happen in a control environment. Beta testing means what? It's only in the live environment. Somewhere it is in the field environment, or it is like a field testing. On user platform, we always go for beta testing. Remember that. So here you need to understand what alpha testing it is, how the control environment means everybody generally involved, developer, tester, other team members, and your customer also. Beta means it is mostly done by the end user. So it is called field testing. And finally, what are the basis? So obviously they follow everything, right? User acceptance testing last level. So they follow your business process requirement, even any contractual requirement, use cases, installation process, any risk analysis report, test cases somewhere they follow as a basis, right? And based on that, environment is different, Nirmala. Absolutely, it's a last level. So it's a production kind of environment. Very first in the environment we test, like within organization only, if everything is working, then the application will be live. So environment is totally different. Okay. And the object is what? So what they test? They test system configuration or data. Business process is fully integrated or not. Recovery system is available or not. Operational or maintenance process is there or not. Or any form, reports, whatever it is available for that software, designing and everything, look and feel, they generally observe. And you know what? Typical defects. So what defects you will get? Something which not match as per the expectation of the customer, right? Those defect comes under failure, comes under acceptance testing. What is example? System workflow do not meet business need. Client expecting something different application, and we develop something different. So there is a biggest issue, right? Business rule not implemented correctly, system does not satisfy contractual legal requirement, or non-functional feature like security, performance is not at all available in software. Something is miss, right? Definitely those are called defect or failure, which is noticed by the end user. So every level having a different objective. Only key point you need to remember. Weightage, only 5 questions. I'll discuss what are those questions. But what are the different test type? In general, two types, verification, validation. But during the testing of the software application, somewhere we focus on a one component, integration, complete system. So ISTQB divided into 4 different sections. Okay, first is functional, non-functional, where we can check correctness, completeness. Non-functional is all about quality attribute, where performance is the main, usability, easy UI should be there. Compatibility is nothing but portability testing, right? These testing types are very much important, security and all. Then somewhere we can focus on structure and architecture of the component, white box, black box testing. That's again structural based testing and behavior based testing. And then we have a last, as per the change, whenever there are changes in the software, we always need to go for regression and retesting. So in ISTQB, they mention retesting means confirmation testing. Do remember, when tester go for confirmation testing, after every defect fix only. So functional, non-functional are quality attribute. This is actually written for black box and white box. Okay. But what is this last point? Please focus. Evaluating the effect of change, such as confirming that defect have been fixed properly. So after fixing, when you do testing, whether it is properly fixed by developer or not, that is called confirmation testing. But looking for unintended changes in the behavior resulting from software or environment change, there might be possible. software environment got changed, software requirement got changed, something got modified in the software. Then for modification, looking for that, yes, that modified feature should not impact on the previous functionality of the software. So we do regression testing. Do remember. So retesting regression is actually nice to be called confirmation and regression testing. So in functional testing, generally what is our main focus, guys? Whatever functionality it is, based on that, based on the requirement, we do testing. So in a simple word, functional testing focus on the functional requirement. So function means what the system should do. Based on that, we test the application. And functional requirement may describe in the work product, like you'll be getting some requirement from the user, epic stories, use cases, some functional specification. You need to read this, understand this, and based on that, you can simple conduct functional testing. Okay, how we test the application process remains same. You are responsible to prepare scenarios and test cases and so on. But in ISTQB, they are not asking to do anything. It is just basic understanding about that type. So whenever anybody asks you what is a functional testing, yes, where we can simple perform, where we can test functionality for that software application. And one key point you can refer. Functional test should be performed at all test level. So at every level, component, integration, system, user acceptance, we can go for functional testing. Okay, so it is defined in ISTQB. And again, here we can check software behavior. So black box testing techniques also we can also provide or perform at every level. Somewhere during functionality, whenever you want to test any code related tasks, definitely white box testing we can do. But generally functional testing we do at a system level. That's the reason black box testing you can do. At every level functional testing we can do. White box only related to code and integration possible. Correct? And then we have confirmation regression that we can do at every level again. Non-functional, again, not much deep because they haven't mentioned that thing. It's only you should be very clear what usability means, performance means, and the security means. So usability is what? Ease of the use of application for the user. How any application is easy to understand, easy to use, that you can test in usability. So point to be noticed, non-functional means how well software application work. So it is called quality attribute. It's all about quality attribute. Okay. You need to focus on these parameters. And here we can test again at every level we can do. So black box testing where we can check the conditions and some non-functional test cases also we can prepare. Like boundary value you can use to define stress condition. Yeah. So somewhere we have a limit. When you exceed a limit, we can go for what? Stress testing. So it's a point for performance they have mentioned. Like performance testing, we can focus on load testing. For given workload, when you test the application, that's a load testing. But if you exceed a limit, it will become a stress. So based on that, you can simple prepare your test cases. So here you need to focus only on a performance, usability, security, compatibility, which comes under non-functional. White box. Okay, so we have a separate chapter for this, but it is in the type they have mentioned. Ki what white box testing means. So first point, it is related to code, guys. Coding, architecture, data flow, control flow, you are able to validate in white box testing. So generally we have certain coverage to be followed. Those coverage I will be covering tomorrow, right? Anyways, we have a separate chapter for that. But during component level, this code coverage are important to be covered because it's related to programming. Whenever you pass input, how software process that input to generate the output. That is what white box testing. Okay, so it is structural box testing, or we can say where we can check internal structure, glass box testing, transparent box testing, where we can check internal code related, the concept or programming, we can validate under white box testing. So majorly it is responsibility of a developer. It's not your role. But somewhere if you are again aware about programming, you can go for white box testing also. But majorly it is performed by the developer. And change related, most important, you should know when retesting, when regression. Simple trick. Confirmation testing means after every defect fix, we go for confirmation testing. That's the retesting process. Point is already defined, guys. After defect fix, software may be tested with all test cases that fail due to defect, right? So which should be re-executed on the new software version. And the purpose of this is what? To confirm whether original defect has been successfully fixed. So simple, after defect fix, whenever we again re-execute the same test case, just to confirm that whether it is properly fixed or not, that is called confirmation testing as per the ISTQB. And regression is again same. Whenever there are modifications, something got updated, something new, okay, modify, update, delete, anything, that is called simple regression. Yes, Nirmala, same point I have mentioned, no? Retesting is nothing but confirmation testing. In ISTQB, you will not find out some term that we use in manual testing. Like in manual testing, we call it as retesting. But in ISTQB, it is referred as a confirmation testing. Okay? So what kind of changes? Changes could be anything. So change in the part of code maybe. It is maybe anything got fixed by the developer, something related to code, or accidentally we have to check that whether it is accidentally affect the behavior. So anything got changed, the side effect of that changes, you can notice with the help of regression testing. Most common regression testing is a most common scenario for automation, right? But still, these are the key points that you need to remember. Anything got updated in the software, environment change, any version of the browser, any version of the platform got update, still we go for regression testing. Again, here they don't mention any sanity, so do not worry. Only you need to stick to the point. Confirmation regression means what, and differentiation between both. So both are performed. See the point they have mentioned, at every level of a software testing, we can perform retesting, regression testing also, which is nothing but confirmation and regression as per the ISTQ. And the last point they have mentioned in this module, maintenance. What does maintenance means? What are the trigger point for maintenance? So generally, we have learned about maintenance phase of the development cycle. So it's like a customer support. Whenever customer needs or upgrade any software, then as a IT industry, we need to provide maintenance to them, right? So obviously, whenever you release any software application, maintenance phase is important. So software application need maintenance once they deploy into production. Again, maintenance also need to preserve and improve the non-functional quality characteristics. Even whatever system, whatever software we are testing, they need to maintain that, right? So security, it's not like that till the time we are releasing, security is there, and after that there is no security at all. No, we should maintain it till the release, after release also. So some kind of customer support. Somewhere there is some kind of changes occur by the customer related to platform, related to software modification, new feature upgraded, anything. So we should provide a maintenance to them. But again, during maintenance, as per the changes, we need to go for what? Again, regression testing. So in the maintenance also, they have mentioned that, yes, side effect of the change, regression, it is actually the part of maintenance. We need to go many times for the maintenance. And that's the reason regression testing is very common. Maintenance testing focus, testing the change the system, as well as testing unchanged parts. Somewhere there is an unplanned release also occur, right? Which is actually called hot fix. See, maintenance can involve planned release or sometimes unplanned release too. Then it is called hot fix. Immediately you need to make some changes and you need to release it. So that is also possible. But what are the triggers? So we need to understand whenever any application get maintained, right? Some key point, how it will impact. There might be possibility, right? If anything get modified, if application get retired, we need to go for again and again maintenance, right? But again, calculation of impact is also important. So here they have mentioned maintenance release may require maintenance testing in multiple level, and even various test type depends on their scope, like what type of change it is. For example, degree, which of the change area of software communicate with other component or system, right? So where exactly software is having certain change, how they are interacting with other module, we need to confirm that. size of the existing change or existing system. So maintenance, there are several level why the software maintenance and software maintenance testing take place, and both are planned or it might be unplanned based on that requirement. So maintenance testing is nothing but whenever software get triggered with some any update, we need to go for maintenance testing. So let's see the trigger. First trigger is modification. Something got modified in the software. So suppose it is a plan enhancement, like something release base as per the operational base. Sometimes it is emergency changes, right? Or sometimes as per the operating system or database upgrade. So that is called modification. So whenever there is any updation, we can always go for maintenance, guys. Migration means what? Changing the platform. Suppose application is completely migrating from one platform to another. Windows application is there now, and your customer wants to develop the same application, convert the same application into Android. That's what migration. Somewhere it is related to data also. We are changing the data, right? So migration, even retirement, these are the common aspect or common trigger for maintenance. Retirement means what? Application, same thing. The version 3 is now going to retire. Something new is coming into the market. So that is also trigger for maintenance. So when the application system is retired, this can require testing the data migration or archiving if long data retention periods are required. Somewhere we need to store that data. Okay, we need to archive that data because maybe in the future for new thing we can reuse the same. So adding additional, guys, regression testing may need to be ensure that every functionality that remain in service still work, right? So it should be very important that regression testing we needed whenever there are changes in the software. But these three triggers, one question will be there on this, either modification, migration, or retirement. You need to remember that this is the trigger for maintenance. And then impact analysis, as I told you, whenever there are modification, it could have any impact, right? Positive, negative, it could be anything. But that analysis is important. How much it will impact, how much side effect will affect the particular functionality. So generally, impact analysis means side effect or affected area of the system need to be tested, okay, for regression, possibly after updating or existing any affected by that particular change. So because of one change, we can test side effect of that change on other module. That's called regression. And we are doing what? We are checking the impact only, how much it is affected. So impact analysis evaluate changes that were made for maintenance release to identify intended consequences as well, expected and possible side effect, guys, to the changes. Regression is common, right? And it identify the area and the system that will be affected by the change. So impact analysis generally it focus on the area where the change actually occur. So it can help to identify impact of the change on the existing test. Same point. And one more, that impact analysis may be done before change is made to help to decide change should be made and based on potential consequences in other area of the software. So if you know previously what is the impact and after the change, what will be the impact, you are able to, track it and measure it. And based on that, you can take the necessary decision. So generally impact analysis is maintenance. Somehow it is difficult in these cases. Suppose your specification is out of date or missing. Requirement is not clear. You are not able to do impact analysis in that case. Test case are not documented or it is out of date. No need to do impact analysis even. Traceability is not mentioned properly between your test and test basis. Even tool support is very weak. People involved do not have any domain or system knowledge. Even insufficient attention has to be paid to the software maintainability. In that case, it is very, very difficult. So for every maintenance, impact analysis, regression testing are the common techniques that we follow. And this is all about the module number 2 they have mentioned. See the questions. Be ready. I know that it's a you are thinking that it's very, very these are the topics, guys. We are doing exam preparation, right? So I'm just going through and I'm just explaining what is there in that module. It's your manual testing only. but somewhere you need to focus on some keywords, some points, and then only you will be able to prepare. So I will suggest today I will be sharing the all notes. If possible, go for the third, fourth module also. Check it, what is given and given over there. Okay. Then that will help you a lot for understanding. Okay. So let's try one by one questions. So first question one, be ready for that, everybody. Give the following statement. Okay. Given the following statement about relation between software development activity and activities that we do in software. Okay. Test activity. So I think you need to just tell them what is true and what is false. Okay. So each development activity should have corresponding testing activity. What is this? True or false? Decide. Reviewing should start as soon as final version of document become available. Basically, this is true, but this is not true. Right? Second, design implementation of test should start during the corresponding development activity. What do you think? Design and implementation, we are going to start. I mean, it's test design, guys. So test case we do start during the corresponding development activity, or testing activity should start in early stages of the software development activity. So definitely this is true, or I don't think so. This is not a true. We should start testing right from the requirement, early stage, not exactly development of that particular software. Okay, what is your answer? Let me check that. Yeah, it should be start in requirement phase. Okay, so yeah, it is. Okay, what is ABCD? Correct answer. What do you think? It's a D. Let's see. Correct. It's a D, guys. Very nice. Try next. Given the testing being performed has the following attribute based on interface. Focus on finding failure in communication. Test approach use both functional and structure. So what type of testing it is? Tell me the level. Which level it is? Where you do all these things? It's very simple. Focus. Out of ABCD, what do you think? Which is the correct option? Properly focus. Where we are going to focus based on interface, based on communication means what? Is it a component testing? Sure. No, 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 no. Correct answer is something different. Pranoti, how come acceptance? No, not at all. Guys, it's a integration point. How come it is system? Tell me, it's written na interface. You have to focus on failure in communication. It's all about interface only, right? So how come it is system or acceptance or component? The answer is A, component integration testing. Yes, correct answer is option A. Fine. Try this. Okay, which is a statement about tester type and test level are correct. Okay, so please focus now as per the ISTQB. So functional, non-functional testing can be performed at system. Acceptance test level and white box is restricted for component integration. Functional testing can be performed at test level, white box testing restricted to component. Or it is possible to perform functional, non-functional, white box at any test level. Okay, white box testing at any test level. Or functional, non-functional testing can be performed at any test level. White box restricted to component and integration testing. What do you think? Level and approaches only you need to answer. So this is wrong. Correct answer is, your answer is correct. It is D. Actually, white box is restricted. We have to go for component and integration only. So your answer is correct. D is the correct answer. I'll make that note. Okay, I'll update that. Because we do at any level, but somewhere white box having a restriction, that is we can go with only the level, component and integration. So there is a correct answer D. Try this, everybody. So you have four scenarios. You need to just make sure that what is regression, what is retesting, confirmation testing. Think properly. When we go for regression, when we go for retesting, nothing but confirmation testing. Testing to ensure the application of a new version of the operating system and does not have any unintended side effect. What is this? Can anybody tell me? First option, it's A or B? Aparna, focus. Something side effect you are testing. Side effect where we test in confirmation? No, right? We have to test in regression. Okay. Testing due the application of the security patch. What do you think? Testing due to the application of security patch. Something because of change, if you are testing it, security patch. Okay, so just make it aside. Try for next. Testing due to the application new version of the database and management system. Testing due to the application of a new version of the database and something you are ensuring fix to the payroll testing truly works. You need to focus on these scenario, whatever it is given. And based on that, think A, B, C, D, which option is correct. What is re and what is regression? Okay, let's see which one is correct. So absolutely, here the correct answer is option C. Those have written C, that is correct. See how come? First, which is absolutely A. When it comes to second, testing due to the security patch means something got changed, right? It's again A. And 3 and 4, they have mentioned 3 is again testing due the application new version. Something got updated here, right? So that's reason it is again regression. But testing to ensure that fixed to the payroll testing truly work. So whatever it is fixed, it is still working or not. It's what you're doing confirmation testing. That's the reason C. 1, 2, 3 scenarios for regression, but last scenario given for retesting. So correct answer is option C. Okay, great. Try this. Which of the following statement is true? Impact analysis is useful for confirmation testing during the maintenance, or impact analysis is useful for regression testing during maintenance, or confirmation testing is useful for regression, or confirmation is useful for impact analysis. Very straightforward answer. Impact analysis and what is related? Regression or retesting? Which statement is true? A, B, C, D. No. How come? Impact analysis, when you can go for impact analysis after a regression only, right? Something got changed. Yes, absolutely. The correct answer is C here. Okay, it's not A. Yes, absolutely correct. Impact analysis is actually useful for regression testing, guys. During maintenance, we go for it. Can you tell me the correct answer for this? Now it's very simple. Just now we have discussed triggers for maintenance. Which of the following statement gives the best example of trigger for maintenance testing? Completion of design of the application, then you have to go to maintenance, or retirement of customer service, then you have to go to the maintenance, completion of the requirement specification and what is written for an application, or business approve to the fund a project, develop an e-commerce application. When, what is the best statement which defines trigger for maintenance? When the application will go to the maintenance phase. Absolutely correct answer is B, retirement of the customer. Yes. Okay. Which of the following is the best example of non-functional? Can you try? You know what is non-functional? Quality attribute. Try this. Test based on internal structure, or test based which calculate overtime pay, or test which captures time takes to save the file, or test related what the system should do. Guys, please properly think and then answer. Non-functional, it's all about quality attribute. And how many times are mentioned in ISTQB for that? Either something related to performance, you have to notice, something related to what we can say security, UI, or portability, you have to notice. So please think as per that. How come option D? Test relate what the system should do, that's functional testing. Those are writing D for them. It's functional. How come D is the correct answer? Question is for non-functional. Yes, Pranoti, absolutely correct. Non-functional means quality. Quality to, yes, Swati, we do test structure of the component. Absolutely not, na. Structure of the component is again functional. How come it is non-functional? Correct answer is what? C. test which capture time it takes to save the file. Means something related to performance is given. Are you getting my point? So correct option is C here. Okay. Try this. Question 8. Which of the following option correctly describe the role of impact analysis in the maintenance? Again the same. Impact analysis is useful or it's used to determine effectiveness of the new test case that will be used to evaluate maintenance, or it is used to identify areas that will be affected by the change, or it is used to identify how the data should be migrated to the system under maintenance, or it is used to decide which solution are most valuable to the user. Very straightforward. Yeah, got the result, right? Very nice. Correct answer is what? Option B, where we can check, we identify the area which is affected by the change. That is actually impact analysis. Very good. Next question. Usability testing is a type, is an example of what type of testing? Okay, very, very simple. It's, you can see, observe here. Yes, absolutely. It is a non-functional testing type. Absolutely correct. Okay, next question to all. What type of testing is normally conducted to verify product meet its particular regulatory requirement? Think and answer. Guys, regulatory requirement. What type of testing is needed to test that? In component unit, we don't do that, right? It's acceptance. Yes, it's acceptance testing only. Fine, great. Okay, so this is all about ISTQB. Okay, this is how the ISTQB, they have mentioned certain, chapters, and they have given this kind of questions to you. So anyways, I'm just covering this because you should be familiar about the manual testing. Everybody is familiar, I know that, but still, this is important to understand. Okay. So tomorrow we'll be continue with chapter number 3, 4, and 5, 6. Whatever important points are there, I will be discussing that. But for that purpose, today I will be sharing all the chapters with you. So will you go through that document once again? Will you go through the document once again? Okay, whatever it is possible to you. I'm not asking again, absolutely the 70, 80 slides are there, then it is very difficult to go through that, right? But what I'm expecting, if you just focus in this way, if you go in a one day till 4 p.m., we have just covered 2 chapters. So I'm expecting just go through once. Okay, anyways, you have a time till tomorrow. Okay, but go through once, check it, try to solve the questions, even answers are there, try to get that answer, and tomorrow we will discuss the important points again. Okay, one more point, as I mentioned, guys, tomorrow, the at the beginning, I will be inviting the vendor also. So whatever queries you have related to exam, you can directly communicate with the vendor, right? Okay, kindly wait. Okay, this process is clear to all, so I will be sharing this document, everything. What you need to do is, in your group, you need to share your email IDs to me, and then I will be sharing these documents with you, right? So kindly share your email ID in the WhatsApp group, not in the chat box, and I will be sharing all the documents to you. Then refer this, prepare this for now, and then tomorrow I will be providing you dumps also, that also you can prepare for your exam preparation. Okay. So let me stop the recording. Okay, so this is how you'll be able to see the result as per the chapter, how many weightage you got, right? This is all things you can able to observe. So location and board and everything, this is I have already uploaded on my Instagram, and then certificate is different. So tomorrow anyways, vendor will start this session and everything. So you can have a discussion with vendor also, right? So we will decide a time. I will update you at 10 or 10:30 and we will start on that. Is that okay? Fine.